Alright, and we should be live now. Let me just get rid of the text on the screen there for a second. I'll just hide it for now. I'll use it for scoreboard later. But yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Sorry for the lack of stream from my part. Yesterday I had a last minute thing I had to attend, so I wasn't around yesterday, but I'll be definitely around today to cast the rest of the games. I heard there were technical issues as well yesterday, so hopefully we haven't missed too many games, and hopefully we should be able to get quite a lot of nice games going. I see that Lykees is already observing between Dromd and Cordaf. I think that's probably just a FFG at the moment, though I might be wrong. But yeah, let me just pull up the bracket for you guys real quick, actually, just so it's easier to see what's going on. Hopefully my OBS does not screw up here. Let me see, does this work? What happens if I do this? Ooh, it's not showing. Damn. Okay, if I turn off generals on OBS, it just gives a black screen. I want to show you guys the actual what's going on in terms of. Okay, I think it works. Yeah, neat. This is nice. So, if I drag my screen across the board, you can see what's going on already. So I had to leave this tournament for this time around. So Farfane is going to be playing against Painkiller, which is Baltica. Baltica swept 3-0 against Eros. Cordaf got a free win against Lucifer, since I don't think he was playing, like he had to dip last minute as well, in which he'll be playing against Predator. We got Roll, Knight of Jordan from 0 Hour, who played against Predator, and it looks like it was a 3-0, but from what I heard, Roll was actually doing quite well, so it wasn't necessarily an easy 3-0, but it was definitely a tough fight put up, especially considering Roll isn't exactly like a Contra veteran compared to Predator. Then I see like Kizis played against Dopo09. He got 3-0, props to him. I see Roca Game has played against Jaguar, who got 3-1. I don't think Smile came in for the check-in, so Jerome just passed through. And then I see Firelord. This is the one I'm very interested in. Played against Castro, he beat him 3-1, so he'll be playing against Dromd. Firelord is another 0 Hour player that used to play Contra in the past, so this is very interesting to see how that's gonna turn up, honestly. Right now I'm just waiting to see what games are available. Let me turn off my window capture. Yeah, I see Pred in lobby, but that's as far as it goes in terms of people in the lobby thus far. I'll ping the Discords and stuff to share like the link for the stream stuff. Oh yeah, I should also post the link on the thread itself. That would also probably help prompt people. I have to copy paste the letters A, S, and D since they're kind of jammed on my laptop at the moment, so I just stole some random letters that I saw on my YouTube live stream title to make a post on the thread for those interested, just so I keep you guys there. All I did was I post a link in the check-in thread. If you go on to game replays and go to the original thread link, which I've linked in this live stream, you can actually find the thread as well, in case you want to keep up with what's going on with the tournament yourself as well, or if you just want to check it at a later time. Also, this forum is like relatively new, so it doesn't have too much going on, but there is plans to sort of populate it with a lot more information, especially like PvP guides and that sort of thing. I'm actually working on a couple PvP guides at the moment, but just because I have like travel plans going on in the background, I haven't been able to like finalize them to where they could be like published, but I have like the actual information like written down and stuff. So stay tuned for that sort of thing if you're keen about PvP, which I think you should be, considering there is. It's pretty new, like in terms of sort of trying to popularize this modded scene, but I think it could definitely have some pretty awesome games on it, and just I think it would be it's fun in general. So as long as it's fun, people can enjoy it. People can have a competitive spirit within it as well. That's my opinion, at least. Let me turn off my Google Chrome there, and we're back in the lobby. So at the moment, we're just waiting on the players to be in the lobby. Um, some games to look out for are Cordaf against Predator, as well as Drummed against Firelord. Those are two pretty big matchups I can think of at the moment. Why didn't I play yesterday in the tournament? I had to attend something last minute that was real life related, so I couldn't necessarily be in the tournament during the time. It was like an urgent thing, so it's it sucks that like I'm not playing, but like I don't mind casting honestly, just because it's fun casting as well. And hello, Sederhana. I hope I said that right, and I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I'm just gonna say Seder in case, because I feel like that's a safe bet to say. But regardless, hello to everyone who's watching thus far. Let me just check with Firelord on Discord to see if he's around. He's currently on World of Warcraft. I need to ping him on Discord. Oh yeah, there's there we go. I need to send the link to whatchamacallit, the Discords and stuff. Mike says let's go. I agree. And alright, thank you Sitter for clarifying. I'm glad I got it right. Let me do this real quick. Okay. Oh, I just realized my playlist wasn't playing properly. Hold on. There we go. I was playing US soundtrack, but for some reason it wasn't going through the whole playlist. Okay, now it should. Yeah. Just some music in the background so it's not dead noise and you don't have to hear my laptop fan. Do let me know if the fan is too loud, by the way. I can try and adjust it accordingly. I'm actually gonna try and adjust my OBS a little bit. If it's still too loud, do let me know. Yeah, so at the moment, all we're really waiting for is just the players. But if anyone's got questions in the meantime, I do not mind doing an impromptu FAQ as well. So there's always that. We got Rogue Game in the lobby now. Who is he playing against? Jaguar last round. He'll be playing against Lykeys. Okay, interesting. So Lykeys is also, what's it called, streaming at the moment, so I'll also share the link to his stream in the background, or in the description, if you guys want to check that out too. Or if you just want to see like his perspective, as well as his casting. I'm just looking for the link on the thread, there we go. Yeah. So if I edit Lykeys stream. Yep, there it is. I have to copy paste the capital S for stream because I will get paranoid if it's lowercase. There we go. So I also sent it in the, what's it called? In the chat, if you guys are interested. Music might be a little loud. Okay, it's at 1, but if it's too loud for you guys, let me know. I should actually probably turn off my in-game volume very quickly as well, just so that way we can put faction-specific music. So it looks like Roga and Lykas are going to be playing very soon, based off of what I just read on Discord. So that should be fun. On which Radman server are you on? We're on a Radman server called Spring Tournament. It was made specifically for, it's called Contra Tournament, but it gets reset every time a new tournament is out. We use a tournament specific Radman just so that way we have as little lag as possible, since if we're on a Radman server with lots of people, sometimes it might lag, so it's just easier to make it a brand new Radman server, just so we have as little lag as possible. Round 2, so the map pool for round 2 is Hidden Treasures, Anza, and Winning River. Okay. That should be fun. And we're gonna be starting off with Hidden Treasures. Honestly, this is one of my favorite, like, uncommon Contra maps, so I'm pretty happy to see this map being played. And let me just do that. It's on tournament mode already. Alright, cool. Let me just put a quick text thing. I think Lykeys might be ghosting. It is selected, but yeah. Okay. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. Inf versus Nuke on this map. Okay. So we got Rogue Game against Lykeys. Lykeys is the green infantry on the right side, and Rogue Game as the left nuke on the left hand side. And we're on the map Hidden Treasures. This is a map made by Jundi, as you see right there. And it's a very heavy eco map. These money crates aren't worth that much, they're just like $100, but the real deal is the amount of supplies you can collect on this map. Like, just from your base alone, you can actually go triple supply, since each of these piles is 7.5k. This is about 15k, and this is 22k. I think this is 30k if I recall. Yeah, 35k. And then you also have more supplies over here that you can collect. It's even worth building a supply center here, since you can actually collect like both of these. It's quite a lot of cash. You also have more cash over here, more cash over here. This is cash everywhere, and you have a personal reinforcing pattern. 2 oils actually. So yeah, very heavy macro map. Very interested to see how these guys are gonna play it, because you can play it the macro route, but you can also play it very aggressive, since the front supplies are very much so exposed, and especially considering you have nuke in this side. Bunker down unless you go like flying. It's gonna be very sort of hectic. It's gonna be very open to harassment. So lots of red guards over here. There's only one minigun. But he's bringing over a truck. I need to reduce the game sound a little bit, because I think it's a tad bit loud with the signal. There we go. So yeah, he's bringing over a supply truck up to crush up these red guard. I'm a little surprised he didn't get a veterancy for his infantry, just because it scales quite well, especially if you get to rank 3 with nuke tank hunters. But yeah, that's fine. He can also save the points potentially for level 2 artillery later on. Yeah, another thing is, like, if he had the veterancy, he could actually get this scrub to critical, or yeah, critical HP by now. But the artillery platform actually does a bit of friendly fire damage. He might kill this minigunner barely, but they do trade in the end, and that benefits like he's 100%, just because he has this artillery platform, which is just gonna be a nuisance to push through, and kind of prevents the camp on this oil. So like he's actually secures that later on. Like he's also captures the oil in his base, both oils in his base. Meanwhile, Rogue hasn't actually captured those yet, so he's a bit behind economically. He has an irradiator camped under the artillery platform, but I think if he force fires here, he can barely hit it. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, a couple tank hunters being spammed out. No war factory yet. It's 2 war factories, so like he's doesn't have anything to defend against the radiator right now, but he's mainly getting most of his money from that oil, so once he actually has the 2 war factories, I think this is going to be very difficult to defend against for Roka. Yeah, he's getting the harass he can right now. Mines get popped on the supply center, but he might lose the second truck, depending on if he runs into mines or not. Looks like the truck does get away. First AT crawler comes out, and there's an MG crawler as well, potentially to cover tank hunters. Yeah, the radiator does go down and does do a little mini explosion. No isotope stability yet. Yeah, reinforcement pad is captured now. Meanwhile, Lykeys is sending infantry across the map to get vision, as well as the tech buildings on the corners of the map. Lots of battle masters first down here. First couple crawlers, but they're just empty crawlers, so not too much loss. They're only about 900, I believe, or 800, if I recall. And it's not a huge loss, especially because he's on 2 war factors, so it's very easily replaceable. And he's starting to load up tank hunters into these MG crawlers, which are very deadly. He's trying to build a floor bunker, has to cancel battle masters. But they're gonna take a lot of damage. Yeah, this is such a tight Battlemaster does die to friendly radiation, which is very unfortunate for Roga. And Roga's still only on one ore factory, so even though he did like quite a bit of harass here, now that the production buildings are, it's just gonna be a lot of factories. And MG Crawler is killing third. Might kill the second. This crawler is loaded, the other one is empty. Looks like there's there's 4 technicals. Yeah, that's just gonna clean up this entire Battlemaster if it tries to engage. So we're just retreat for now. It does lose a Battlemaster in the process. Bunker is being built on this coil, so that way like he's can secure that. And there's just a lot of crawlers. There was also a drop recently from this reinforcement plant, giving him a couple more too. So he has a second war factory now, but he's on one supply at the moment, which is a bit of a perilous situation. He does get a couple reinforcements from the reinforcement pad, but this crawler is just being a nuisance. And as soon as Roga sees this army, I have a feeling he is going to be very, very big trouble. He's even building a forward barracks to fortify his potential forward numbers. We're ready, they're just not firing at the crawlers. They get a clear, but yeah, they don't have isotope stability, so this is going to look very yeah, this radiation is just going to start chipping in. Radiation stacks and stacks. Once one tank drops radiation, all of them damage slowly, and then if another dies, radiation damage just gets amped up more and more. Technically, that's a very crawler that has some infantry, which is nice. But yeah, there's 5 MG crawlers, 5 tank crawlers, or at least most of them. One is left. Some radiation. This guy, yeah, the supply center is getting gunned down, and this is looking very, very bad for him. And he's floating 5k too. He should have at least tried to expand out to here. Like, in a situation like this where you're getting your base spammed by troops, the worst thing you can do is just kind of sit idly and try and fight this off. You have to try and make moves elsewhere. Yeah, Roga just says, this is the game. That's the first game.
You have been defeated.
Can you make your voice louder? You are very quiet. Oh, let me, let me increase my voice volume. Hold on. Is it better now? Also, let me just get the, whatchamacallits, the player names onto the actual scoreboard. So that should be like he's 1 and 0 to Roga game. There we go. Okay. Let me rehost. Do let me know if the voice is audible now. Next map is Winding River. Let me put that up. Ooh, this is an interesting ZH map. I've not seen this map in a very long time actually. I think it's modified as well in Contra. I don't remember the 2 oils in the back at least. I think in ZH it was just these 3 supplies in each island. And let's see what the matchup is. Nuke Flame. Ooh. I definitely prefer Flame in this position, because Flame is one faction that much prefers a laid-back game compared to an aggressive game. And just looking at this map, you have um, two player islands with three supplies each. You have this little island over here that has two oils and a reinforcing pad. And then you have these bridges and land bridges that connect the player islands together, as well as the player islands to the small island. So, if Roga gets into a position where he bunkers off all three paths and just starts eco booming, then Lykees will have a huge problem. If it's rank 1 at least. If it's rank 3, however, Lykees can always build Nuclear Storm and camp this out on it as well. But honestly, this just depends on how the early game gets played out, because this could be a very quick game or a very long game, depending on how these players play it out. I see there's gonna be an oil cap coming out from Lykees, and yeah, it's a triple supply. I was wondering if one of these guys was gonna go for a triple supply, just because the map does open itself up to be a very eco-heavy map. So I do like Lykees' build a bit more compared to Roga's, even though he's gonna have a much later war factory. I would very much rather have this 3 supply build where I just suddenly boom with like 3 war factory spam out of nowhere, rather than just playing it safe. And like, sure, if Roga, here's the other thing, right? If Roga builds like a dragon tank, for example, and he anticipates the, oh, speaking of aggressiveness, Roga actually built a forward barracks over here, and I think he's gonna build a forward bunker as well to start gunning down that supply. But like, he's is very much so aware of that, and he's putting his dozer right in front, even slightly driving through the barracks to try and crush any potential infantry coming out. I do like his positioning with this dozer, so he can at least make sure that he camps out the barracks. But unfortunately, the barracks entrance is on the right side and not the left, so this tank hunter is gonna get into the bunker and cause issues for him. Oh, he placed the barracks, but he cancelled it very quickly, fortunately. And yeah, this dozer is gonna go down. And yeah, it's one tank hunter, but there's no repair for the supply, so over time it's gonna get dwindled. Like, he's finally got those 2 oils, but yeah, like, he's on 3 supplies still and 2 oils, so he has a lot of money right now. He's building jammer troopers on the side as well. I think he's anticipating like a dragon tank to come by, potentially. So I think this is a pretty good idea in all honesty. He also has the vet GP, so even if a dragon comes, and maybe if it's not staying still, he has a way higher chance of disabling it. Unless the dragon focuses it. Supply is dead, unfortunately, and it does look like Roga did kill it based off the XP, so that's gonna give Roga a nice XP lead. He loses the dozer clumsily to the mines, unfortunately, which is actually kind of a big deal, because if he bunkered this area off, then he actually basically steals like he's a supply. Yeah, Roga's got 1 oil on his own. He's branching out to a 3rd supply of his own island. And yeah, like, he's threw a battle master into this bunker. I think there's 1 or 2 tank hunters in there. There might be more, but yeah. I think what Lykees needs to do now, at least, is either expand to this little island to get even more money, and just go three war factories spam and relent this straight into Roga's base, or he just goes on the aggressive right now. Like, either or works, honestly. And I think he's just gonna go straight for the kill, because oh my god, that is a lot of tank hunters. Yeah, that is very deadly. Once this battle master horde can be dealt with, but once these tank hunters arrive with the battle masters, it is gonna be very difficult for him to defend against, especially because it's on 2 barracks too. So there's just gonna be tons of combined forces coming in through the middle bridge right now. Yeah, Roga does have money, but he's only finishing his 2nd war factory now, so he barely had the production to keep up with. Like, he's his 4 production buildings versus his own 3 now only, which was previously 2. Yeah, he's gonna start gunning down this war factory, and it's gonna go down eventually. He might zone it out a little bit with the tank hunters, but there is a gat tank coming soon. There's a couple of battle masters getting caught out actually over here, so those stragglers are unfortunately going to be picked off. These Gat tanks are very low. One goes down, and I don't think like he's micring that, but I don't think he needs those Gat tanks when you have this many tanks. Ah, he doesn't have Isotope yet though. He's gonna lose his tank hunters. Ah, that's a big mistake. I don't know why he doesn't have Isotope at this point, honestly. He should have just insta-researched it as soon as he was working on the double war factory, because he was floating in cash. Yeah, Rogue is trying to make his own little push over here with tank hunters, but like he's can easily just build a red guard straight for the barracks to push that away at least. Yeah, he loses the supply over here. He actually still has his second war factory, which is pretty nice. Yeah, all his tanks are just dying because they're stacking on top of their own radiation. A bit of a blunder in terms of opportunity, in my opinion, because now Rogue actually has like enough battle masters to have horde bonus, and once you have horde bonus on flame battle masters, it's way easier to fight, honestly. Because nuke battle masters, they're good at picking off stragglers, but against larger groups, it's not that preferable. Unless you have insanely higher numbers. Yeah, the tank hunters do pick off 2 supply trucks and a dozer, but they're just gonna get cleared up by the radiator and red guard. And yeah, the tank hunters finally caught up. Isotope is finally researched, so now like he's can actually just go in on this army. And yeah, he's just going at town. All of these battle masters are just dying one by one, man. Yeah, this is looking very bad for Roga. I am very tempted to say this is like over. Surprisingly, no one has actually attempted to even capture that little island, which is a bit surprising, because it is just tech buildings. Like, there is no supply here, so it is just easy to kind of send your rifle infantry just to at least attempt a cap. Especially because you're going for caps in your base anyways, so I don't see a reason not to at least try for it. Yeah, both war factories are gonna go down, and just looking at the economy, Rogue is trying to rebuild on Lyke's old third supply, but I think that's a bit ambitious. It might work just because Lyke's I don't think has vision of this area, but yeah, his old base is looking toast right now, if I'm being quite frank. He's gonna lose another supply. Lyke's is actually rank 3 as well, so very soon we're also gonna be seeing nuke MiGs and overlords come out. I don't know what GP Lyke's is going for at rank 3. He has the vet GP from the beginning, but he might have frenzy, he might have repair. Those are like possibilities in terms of what he might have taken. Picks off another dozer over here. These oils are now exposed, so Battlemasters can chase them down. Rogue also just hit rank 3 as well, and that looks like a fuel drop, if I am certain. Yeah, that is a fuel drop, 100%. There is an artillery strike as well from Lyke's, and it's on the forward war factory. That's a really solid choice in my opinion, just because it just prevents any further pressure coming out potentially. Have another artillery strike from Rogue as well to follow up the fuel drop. There's no field engineer to clean up the fuel, unfortunately, so it is gonna cause a firestorm once it hits. Yeah, it looks like level 1 artillery, level 2 fuel. That's gonna kill the supply, and it might actually kill the war factory as well. I think it will, yeah, which is pretty nice. Oh, he artillery strikes the bunkers as well. That's also a decent target. He might have not had vision. Command center of Rogue goes down over here. He's gonna finish off the last building. And yeah, Lyke's might actually just capture these oils himself, since he does have a red guard over here. And the radiator does blow up, so kills a couple of his own infantry. Interesting map. I agree, Chris. This is actually a this is a map I did not expect to be in the pool actually, but I kind of like it as a more macro-oriented map. That's for sure, at least. I'd say the round 2 maps are most of them are very macro-oriented. Heartland, or what's it called? Hidden Treasures and Winning River, and you also have Anza. Like, all 3 of these maps can be played pretty heavy on macro, which is nice. And I know you're a big fan of big maps for big army battles. So that hopefully that comes into play as well with your games. Sneaks in two battle masters on the back, but yeah, he's capturing, like he's just capturing Roga's oils now, and I'm not sure what's gonna happen honestly. Actually, no, I'm lying. I have a feeling this is like he's game at this point. If Because like he's has so much map control at this point. The only thing Roga has going is he has an insane amount of cash right now, and like he's actually only on one supply, but he's actually on one supply for oils, so like it looks like it's even, but I don't think it's that even. And like he's actually forgot about units on this part of the map. Does he have radar? Oh, he doesn't have radar. That's why he probably forgot. He's actually collecting from Roga's old base too. So yeah, he's just making a detour from the uh, the top left part of the map to go to Roga's new base. Yeah, the last dozer is there, but it is protected by mines, so hopefully that protects it from getting hunted before the CC is complete at least, but to what avail, to be honest. There's only one war factory still, and yeah, he can't fight this army with like one tank at a time, and yeah, Roga just calls it GG.
You have been defeated.
So that was pretty interesting, honestly. Um, I liked the idea of sort of stealing your opponent's third supply very quickly and trying to contest it, but I felt like Roga just fell off because he got out ecoed super hard. Like I feel like even though he did kill a supply off, like he's just had two other supplies and an oil, whereas Roga was still on two supplies and no oils. So I think so I think the issue here for him at least was just was a matter of like decision making. Like, yeah, he got the kill on the supply, but I don't think it mattered as much as he probably anticipated it would have. I felt like if he went for his own eco build, that probably could have been a lot better, especially because he can play way more defensively since he has access to bunkers, whereas Nuke is kind of forced to be on the aggressive since Nuke can get outcamped as well because of Inferno cannons. Like, Nuke has howitzers that only have radiation shells, like, that drop radiation when they're tipped, but whereas the other one is, whatchamacallit, they can cause firestorms with the upgrade. We also have a demo mirror on Anza, which is a very interesting matchup, honestly. GLA mirrors on this map and 0 are very interesting, but in Contra they're even more interesting if I do say so myself, just because it's very easy to go on the aggressive in GLA mirror, just because you have supply centers that are mobile supply stashes, and like even though you can put your workers in the supply centers in Contra, they're vehicles, so they're way easier to kill than like an actual building. So unless he has like tunnels next to all the supplies, then it's gonna be a bit hard. And is he going double arms dealer? This is very ballsy if he actually is, because that means he might actually forego either an oil cap or his second supply, because he's not gonna have like that much money. I think he's just gonna try and ball it out with two arms dealers, which is, it's always a possibility, honestly. Like there's no really two arms dealer in Contra is a bit interesting. Oh, he cancels it. Let me also update the score while I'm going on my tangent. So two arms dealer in Contra is a bit interesting because what typically you can do with two arms dealer is you just go off of this crazy early snowball of getting a very early like number count lead and just winning early engagements off of that alone, and then just pushing straight into your enemy's base. 0 Hour kind of has a similar style when it comes to double arms dealer build, but in Contra it's a lot more lethal, just because you don't have to like sacrifice as much economy early on when doing a double arms dealer. Hello, Baker. How are you doing today? And yeah, it is a demo mirror on Anza, as I was saying. Roga on the left. I don't know why I said Lykeys was going for double arms. And it's Lykeys on the right. And Lykeys is spamming out mines early on. This is always a very good thing to honestly do with demo. When you have access to these mines, it just makes it so much easier to play mine games with your opponents. Because sometimes what you can actually do is you can even leave workers just out in the open like this without even having to build a mine. And sometimes players will just get psyched out by that. Like, they'll think there is a minefield placed there, but you might just trick them. Like, it happens more with good players than it does with, like, sort of, like, casual players. But yeah, like if a good player sees just a worker standing in the middle of nowhere, they're gonna think like demo traps are mines. So yeah, there is always that nice part. Like he sneaks a mine barely in, or actually I think that's like his mines. I can't tell because they don't have team colors. He sneaks a technical. Both of them got the veterancy upgrade, which I can definitely agree with, and especially since you're gonna be spamming a lot of demo scorps. I think it's always worth trying to get every bit of edge in a mirror, and veteran CGPs are generally a good way of doing that. Okay, so Roga's now placing his own mines, but like he's is transitioned to a very quick third supply, and it's on Roga's third supply as well. Like he's actually already has both oils, and he's gonna get both refineries. The refineries don't stack, but he's gonna get a lot of like cheap discounts. I think refineries in Contra are either 10 or 15%, and with that like reduction, I think your scorpions become almost like 495 or something ridiculous. So like he's is gonna spam a lot of scorpions for sure. Rogue is still like halfway to his second arm stealer, and yeah, he's kind of safe right now, but this is kind of similar to the situation we saw on the second game where like he's just spammed out a bunch of like economy early on, and he's not really getting punished for it. And that's not me like saying like Roga should be going full out harass, because it's not easy to do against demo, but in this situation, the way you kind of harass demo is you want to send your minesweeper as GLA. So your engineer from the factory, it can crush workers as well. So you literally just send it straight to the enemy supply stashes, and sometimes you can follow it like a tractor or a scorpion if you want to defend it. And you use that to basically crush the GLA workers. So because he's not actually harassed like his economy at all, like he's could honestly just this is exactly what I was about to say. He could just transition to a triple arm stealer right now, and brute force through the middle very soon. And yeah, Rogue is killing this refinery, but I think his prioritization is a little bit off, honestly, because I think the oil is the bigger concern as opposed to the refinery. Like, yeah, it's giving him cost reduction, but this is literally giving him passive income. Like, this is gonna be like more of a factor in terms of unit production. Building an AT turret on his own third supply, which is gonna put him on 4 supplies now. Roga's not got turbo diesel either, so it's not like he has the fastest scorpions. He's gonna go through the middle. There's mines here as well, so he's gotta be very careful. I really don't like that he's not going with an engineer, because this is against demo. You gotta be expecting mines. Okay, he just attacked that orc. He sees the mines. He accidentally does slip up and hit a couple with the tractor. Yeah, like he's is just getting bigger and bigger economically, so he is force firing, which is pretty smart to check for mines, but this is a very unlucky force fire because there's actually mines right here, and yeah, he's just running into more and more mines. This is painful to watch. Yeah, you need engineers against demo. You can't play against demo without minesweepers, and it's just yeah, this is one of those generals where like if you play fundamentally wrong against, you can get screwed over so easily. Yeah. Roga gets a quad over here. I think he's gonna try and gun down this oil, but if I'm being honest, I think it might be a little too late in terms of sort of focusing down these oils, because yeah, like he has the third arms, and he's probably using one of those arms eaters to get the turbo diesel. He actually has both toxin shells and turbo diesel right now, so yeah, these scorpions are gonna die. They're gonna kill the oil in return, but yeah, unless somehow Roga kicks like he's out of his third supply very quickly, this is gonna be very bad. He has a lot of units, so it's not like it's over. He actually can make a move, but he still needs a minesweeper. Like, he can't just be sieging demo. Who, like, he knows the demo has mines. He can't be playing this recklessly against a demo knowing there are mines out there. It's just a bit like, it doesn't really make sense. Loses a couple tractors again. He's probably gonna back out here. He's force firing the mines a little bit. I think he's looking for a tunnel. Yeah, he's probably looking for a tunnel. But yeah, like, yeah, you can force fire the mines, but it's just so much quicker and so much cleaner to just use a minesweeper. Just because you don't have to deal with the hassle of like having to find where the mine is. And yeah, this is a huge army. The mortar buggies are here as well now, so that's gonna make fights a little bit harder to take. And I think yeah, Roga just calls it GG as soon as he sees that army.
You have been defeated.
Yeah, like he's just had way too much of an eco lead early on, and as soon as he locked down Roga's third supply and had the oils as well, I think it was like completely over for Roga unless he made like a move right then and there with his army, which he couldn't because there were mines. But yeah, that's a third game between Lykeys and Roga game, which means if my math is correct, Lykeys will actually proceed to the next round, which is the semifinals. So congratulations to Lykeys there for a clean 3-0. And GG's all around from like both players. I'm not gonna say one player played like bad or whatever. Like, I think everyone had their fair share of mistakes, but hopefully everyone had their fair share of fun too. I also see Firelord and Droned in the lobby, so I'm gonna ask if they are around to play. Firelord is here. Just checking if Jerome is here as well. Lykeys has to go to an Easter party now. Hopefully, that should be plenty of fun. Oh, I don't know why I set my team color. I need to be ups. So this is gonna be an interesting one because Firelord is a very well versed 0-hour player, but Jerome is a very well versed Contra player. But at the same time, both have played Contra. Like, they have some experience in Contra, so it's not like they're necessarily noobs at it. They are very much so pro gamers, to say the least. So I do expect some pretty good games from both of these guys. Yeah, there we go. I put up the thing, and they are round 2, so first map is Hidden Treasures, I do believe. So I'll put that up. Alright, let's see this. I can't wait to see this matchup. Ooh, it's Nuke Inf again. Okay, it's another repeat of Nuke Inf on this map. Not sure why, but sure. Random Balance is liking this specific matchup. So we have Jerome as the Nuke versus Firelord as the Inf, and I'm I'm a little happy to actually see Firelord get the inf because I know Firelord really loves his macro play style, and of all the Chinas, I think inf is probably the best for that sort of thing. So I'm very interested to see what he does on this map. So I'm assuming both of them are gonna go for barracks, but they actually might just go for a straight second supply. Drone went for a barracks at least. Oh, is Firelord gonna get a aggressive barracks? That actually might be a little interesting. Oh, he went 3 dozers. Okay, this is actually not even a bad build on this map. So the reason he's getting this third dozer is so that way he can quick expand to this supply, while the second dozer is gonna build a barracks over here. And I'm assuming his signal mines haven't scouted this third dozer, so yeah, he's got 2 forward barracks out. Probably to spam out a bunch of minigunners to get a lot of early caps. I spoke too soon, and okay, he just clicked the vet GP. He must have forgot to click it initially, but yeah, he's got a tank hunter out as well as a minigunner. He might be using this barracks to try and build a the capture upgrade, or research it rather. Firelord is also getting the war factory way back at his base. Players also do gotta remember that there is an oil here, like it is kind of hidden by these trees, but if you do look behind, there is an oil. Um, yeah. So he does kill the red guard here. There is a truck, but there is a tank hunters and vet minigunners that will very easily gun down this supply truck. So drone's kind of forced to retreat there. And this bunker is gonna lock down this oil, which is pretty good, if I do say so myself. No capture yet though, which is a little surprising. But it looks like it's Firelord just wants to bunker off his side of the map completely, like early on at least. Which, honestly, it's not a bad idea, because there's a lot of eco, like, spread out in the middle sector of the map. So if you lock down your opponent to basically only be in his base, you can kind of just boom like with a really large economy. He's gonna get this crate. I believe it's only $100, but every little bit does help. Still no capture, but I think he's starting to prepare for it, if I'm gonna guess. There are a couple infantry in there. Only one tank hunter, so no ECM trooper or hacker to disable the irradiator. Radiator is gonna go through. Oh shit, my laptop was lagging for a second. Yeah, Radiator is gonna go through the cliff. And yeah, he's just gonna kind of chill for a little bit. Not sure what he's looking for per se, but I think he is looking for infantry to try and snipe. My laptop is lagging a little bit, unfortunately there. I do apologize for the technical issues, but it is fixed now. Yeah, this radiator is gonna get into the supply truck lines. The dozer is all the way back here, but Firelord hasn't actually gotten like that much done in terms of actual expansions. Like, yeah, he's locked down these sides, but this irradiator is now in his base, and he's gonna probably lose at least one truck for this, and he'll clear it up with like an AT crawler, but I don't know, I felt like he could have gotten the capture upgrade a lot sooner. Especially because he did go double barracks, 3 dozers, so I felt like he kind of needed to get some sort of early lead with that, whether it was aggressive bunker rushing or trying to go for a quick caps on multiple tech buildings. Another barracks is being built over here, but it does get scouted out by this Battlemaster, and Firelord unfortunately probably has to cancel that barracks for now. This oil is finally getting captured at least. Drum does have his tech buildings already captured, so he's floating 7k. I'd honestly just throw down a third war factory at this point just to really start pumping out units. He's even getting a third supply behind this. I'm gonna be long distance collecting these 2 piles. This artillery platform is also pretty nice to capture, since it'll kind of be annoying for Firelord to siege that area a little bit. Firelord's finally getting his second supply. did get the oils. This is an empty AT crawler, so it's very easily gonna die to these battle masters. He has isotope and the tech repair bay as well. So yeah, these nuke units are gonna be pretty durable in terms of being able to sustain out like long fights, because they'll passively heal even outside of War Factory and speaker towers, which is pretty nice. First payload of the reinforcement pad. There is a minigunner inside of this bunker, but it can't reach this artillery platform, meaning this is gonna probably clear up this bunker in a bit. Filer does have mines on that supply, but it does actually cover essentially the whole path to the trucks, so his trucks are kind of safe for the moment at least. But yeah, I'm just a little worried in terms of the production, because Droned is on 3 war factories, and meanwhile Firelord is only on 1 war factory, 1 barracks, and he only just got a second supply, so it's gonna take a little bit of time for him to kind of recover. If he can hold, I think he can do pretty good, because Inf does perform better overall, like if it gets to a later stage of the game, as long as it doesn't get to like rank 5 where Neutron becomes available. But yeah, this is a very deadly army, and he has a prop crawler, an MG crawler, and 2 AT crawlers. Only one of them has infantry. Unloads the crawler. He's gonna try and focus on the radiator. Does get it, which is nice. And these tank hunters are covered by mines, so they're not getting crushed anytime soon. So Firelord is holding, but Jerome is now on a 5th supply, I believe. No, this is his 4th. Yeah, he's on a 4th now. He's trying to expand to a 5th. And this garrison might potentially snipe it. Yeah, this garrison is definitely gonna kill those dozers. Oop. Barely. Okay. That's actually a pretty important survival on the dozer, because he can probably expand to this soon. Got the first howitzer out right now. Yeah, the bunker does get cleared up, and he's might even start focusing the barracks. Bunker is gonna get sieged, but it's gonna be very slow because this bunker does have way more HP. But with that army, I think it's gonna melt in seconds. Simply because that army is just massive in comparison. Do hear a cap on the tech repair bay over there. Radiator does clean up those 3 RPGs. He is sending a couple RPGs to clear up these howitzers, which is pretty smart play. But yeah, Firelord's gonna be greeted by this huge army from the top side of the map, and I don't think he's prepared for it, honestly. Especially because this artillery platform is already dead this early on. I even see the first internet center out, so Jerome is trying to macro this, but saying that he is floating 17k right now, and Firelord is on 6.5k. Probably because his barracks is getting camped out by an irradiator, and he had to cancel his infantry. And yeah, there is a huge army of battle masters and irradiators over here, and yeah, we're gonna see a big engagement. This is actually probably gonna decide the game over here. A lot of AT crawlers are starting to focus down these irradiators. There's still way too many irradiators. Does he have the shells? He doesn't even have the radiation shells, and he's just brute forcing through it. He uses repair on his army to heal it up, and I think he's about to frenzy it based off of the way he's positioning, and yeah, Firelord just calls the first one GG. So I was a little bit surprised by that, because I was anticipating the double barracks opener was gonna mean a very quick cap, because I thought he was gonna use 1 barracks to research capture and the other to secure the bottom oil, but Firelord got really good map control, but he didn't really capitalize on the map control that he got. Like, he didn't actually gain anything out of it. He got like a positional advantage, but he didn't get any economy out of it. So I think that was his biggest mistake, at least. Otherwise, I honestly think his build was like pretty decent. Like the only honestly, I might have even just scrapped the war factory and built a third barracks and had an ECM trooper back at home to try and defend against the supply truck harassment. That would have been my potential derivative of his build. But nonetheless, I do respect the different type of build. So well played from both players. Let me just too much effort to fill out this. Fair. My A key is broken, so I have to use the at sign for those unaware. So first game does go out to drones. Let's see what this matchup is. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Air versus demo on this map. Okay, so normally air is very annoying for GLA to deal with because if you can get stun locked from quad count very early on if you're not careful. But on a map like this where you have plenty of money to work with, not only does air have a really good positional advantage because they can move around with air units quite freely, but GLA also has a really nice positional opportunity because of tunnels. So I think a lot of it is going to come down to how Firelord protects his supplies and his oils. Because if he can hold his money while mining down these bridges, I think if it comes down to a secondary economy spam game, then Demo by and large will win that battle 10 times out of 10 over Air. Simply because Air is not really good at stagnant games and they just want to constantly be on the aggressive. I'm just sipping on my juice right now, so apologies if the sip was audible. Do see 4 rangers for 4 oil caps coming out. Firelord is sending out a worker to both the bottom island as well as this top bridge over here. I think both of these positions are pretty important because this bridge is a really nice flank for the third supply, and this bottom island just has a lot of money value that you can get out of it from both the oil derricks as well as just free units from the reinforcement pad. For air forts, it's good because you get 3 coyotes. For demo, you get 2 demo scorpions and a quad cannon, which is pretty neat. See a tunnel being built over there and an arm sealer over here. Do see the oil caps coming out from Firelord. 1 rebel over here, the other rebel is going to this bottom island, so I think this is nice. Like, this is a pretty good technique that I don't think enough players do, where sometimes you can kind of reduce the costs necessary of securing your tech buildings. Like, if you have 2 tech buildings in base and you have like tech buildings outside of the map, you can just kind of use 1 rebel to cap both of these while using the other rebel to scout out, as opposed to building like 4 rebels total. So if it works, you save on money, and even if you lose it, like, it's not the end of the world if it's only losing the ones outside of base. If you're losing the ones inside of base, that's a different story, but yeah. See the first Comanche come out, and it's gonna be on probably attacking the supply stash. It's not. I don't think it'll kill the supply stash very quickly, but his quad cannons are very far away right now, so it's gonna be a little bit tricky to defend this, especially because there is no tunnel, and I think this supply stash will actually eventually go down, unfortunately. Oh, he does pop 2 quads. Oh, if he didn't, okay, that's actually pretty good actually. So he trades his supply stash over here for denying this oil cap, which I actually think I kind of prefer the oil cap because on this map it's super easy to snipe supply stashes with hornets. So, and this island, once he locks it down with like a quad turret as well as more tunnels, becomes very hard to sort of pick off at. Another Comanche is over here. I think he does have his quads in the tunnel, so he should pop them any second now. Builds a tractor to clear up the Ranger garrison over here. Yeah, his quads are in the tunnel. Yep, he pops them and he kills the Comanche. That's good. That's good. He builds his first quad turret next to his second stash, so that way he can protect it from hornets at least, or Comanches. Hornets will probably snipe it still, but if he if he tucks it in behind the turret, then he can actually use it to cover against the hornet shots. Jerome does on 3 supplies of his own. He has 3 hornets so far. He's getting a couple dark stars for detection, as well as minesweeping, which is pretty smart considering he is against demo. I think he's just using it at the moment more for vision, just because this is a very huge map and you'd want to at least know where your opponent is playing. Okay, this is very cute play right here, but yeah, he builds a security system in anticipation of the quad push, and he kills 1 quad and chips 2 quads severely down with the efforts of the Hornets and security system. There's only 2 quads left, but he is actually losing quite a few Hornets, so this isn't actually the worst trade in the world, especially because he did deny a collection here, and I think he actually killed the Chinooks here. So I think that was a win in Firelord's book, just cause yeah, he's denying the third, and yeah, he put a Patriot here, but Jerome actually doesn't realize there's a stealth tunnel over here, so it's good 2020 insight, or 2020 foresight that he should stop this tunnel, because the Death Stars haven't even picked up on it. I think he's trying to send one now to see where the tunnel is on the top, because he might have spotted the tracks before they disappeared. Yeah, he's about to scout it now. Sees the tunnel. He doesn't have anything to burst it immediately, but he does have 8 Hornets, and I'm assuming he's getting countermeasures, or he's getting his last couple Hornets. He has 8 Hornets, so he can kill all 4 of these quads. Yeah, Firelord should probably back, in my opinion. Yeah, he should definitely back this. I don't think this is a good idea to engage. If he gets like 10 quads, then it's way more scary. But if he has like these smaller groups that get picked off like this, then the quads are way less threatening, or the threat of the quad pop isn't like as omnipresent as it could be. Sneaks a rebel through. The Patriot doesn't do that much damage against infantry, so rebel just kind of just sneak through. He's probably sending it just to scout a little bit, since he doesn't have a radar van on his side of the map as far as I'm aware. Sends a sneaky worker there. Forward war factory for the coyotes that are probably going to be built soon. Trying to build a cheeky tunnel, and 8 is also built next to the Patriots, so stops any infantry in the future. Oh, there's another war factory here as well, and these coyotes are probably gonna clear up this tunnel, because I don't think he has any RPGs or scorpions yet in the tunnel. It's mainly just quads I've seen thus far. No secondary economy either from both players. They're just focusing on sort of macroing up at the moment with the cash they have, which I can agree with. This tunnel now gets cleared up, and this is a very cute cap over here. He can't actually build a security system, so I'm assuming this is gonna get cleared up by a Comanche, but I don't see a Comanche. Okay, yeah, there's the Comanche. If that actually capped, that would have been pretty funny. That actually would have been very, very funny if that actually went through. So yeah, this is what I was talking about in the last set, where games. Oh, okay, hold on. Before I go on my tangent, there's a small engagement here. He's gonna clear up this Patriot. This aid doesn't really damage light vehicles that much, and yeah, he kills the Patriot, but there's gonna be coyotes coming out pretty soon, which is gonna kind of cause problems for this quad army. Okay, fortunately he does target the air units, and he only gets 1 Hornet, and they're not even countermeasure upgraded. Ooh. I think he needed to air guard there to let the quads focus the air units at least. Because I feel like he could have definitely got a lot more out of that. He lost a few quads, but I think the bigger problem at this point is he's gonna have to deal with these coyotes, and I don't think he's set up that many demo traps or mines. Yeah, I actually see zero at the moment. First market's coming up as well, so he is planning to try and late game this up, which is definitely a smart thing to do, honestly, on this map, especially because he has the small islands still. Like, Firelord is technically economically ahead, but this early game is going to be very tough to play, just because air has a lot of room to navigate in general. Good quad pop, does clear up all the hornets. Unfortunately, does lose the stash, so his workers will be migrating their way back to base with their little boxes. He's got 6 coyotes in the base of Firelord, but he has got quite a few scorpions from the drops. Scorpions don't 1v1 coyotes unless they trade 1 for 1 with the suicide. But yeah, he's trying to focus the oils. This is very smart actually from Jerome. Even if he loses all these coyotes to trade for the oils, I think this is worth it. This I don't like though. I don't think he should be engaging the army at all. I think he should just be focusing on the oil 100%. Because if he equalizes the economic situation, because what Firelord has going right now is he has more money. Because he has 2 extra oils over Droned, aside from the fact he just lost the supply stash. But yeah, if he equalizes the money, then his chances of winning like are way better. He's building 4 demo traps in various areas. I'd prefer mines just because demos are they're more bursty, so to say, in terms of how they're used. Like mines, you can slip on a couple, but you still have plenty left. But for demos, you only have that one demo trap to set it off. But I honestly think either or works, just because demo traps are very lethal against ground units as well, especially the demo ones, which deal extra damage. Another drop from the bottom. He has the turbo diesel, which is pretty good. So his scorps are gonna be moving a lot quicker now. So he should actually be able to chase the coyotes down next time they try to run away from him. And yeah, you got a couple markets coming up. I'm gonna put on some GLA music because I am expecting this to be a very long game. So let's just open this up on my playlist. Wait, there we go. Yeah, cool. So yeah, there we go. This is what I was talking about. This is the strategy you go for. Yeah, you mine up these bridges, and by mining up these bridges, you force the game to be more prolonged. Oh, demo is rank 3. That's actually huge. And we got a couple AA mines and right on top of these airfields, so he's gonna have to build a bobcat to clear these up. Yeah, and he does do that right now. So good awareness from Jerome. But yeah, this is pretty important, and Firelord needs to abuse the fact that Jerome does not rank 3, but he is. So I think what he's gonna do is he's just gonna market spam like crazy, send a couple bomb trucks to try and get more XP, and yeah, from then on out, just kind of play the macro game. It's not like Firelord is behind either. He's definitely ahead in the macro game because he has 2 oils on top. And it's not like these are supply line drop zones. These are just regular drop zones. Drum does ping a tunnel, so for probably for a future strike. Always good to ping stealth tunnels. Supply stash does get rebuilt for the top. He should use the tunnel to transport the supply stash, though he might not know if the supply stash is actually transportable through the tunnel or not. Yeah, well, we can do a quick eco count because I have a feeling this is gonna be a pretty long game. So he has 8, 8 drop zones, 3 more being built, so 11 plus the 2 oils. Meanwhile, Firelord is on one, two, three, only 3 black markets, huh? Okay, so Jerome actually might be at economical in that case. A couple F-16s clear up a quad turret, but only takes it to the hole. So 3 black markets and 4 oils versus 11 drop zones without the upgrade and 2 oils. I think the drop zones probably out ecos, but also another thing to note is Jerome is out of cash over here, and he's about to run out of cash on his third as well, so... And because Firelord lost this supply really early, he actually still has plenty of cash left to collect from there. Firelord is also kind of close to depleting his second base supply. Couple hornets coming in. Oh, never mind, those are bombers. Clears up the tunnel scaffold. No XP gotten, unfortunately. AT crawler is the same HP as Gatling crawler. All crawlers have the same HP. Is Firelord a vanilla 0-hour veteran? Yeah, he's a 0-hour pro for reference. He has played Contra in the past, but 0-hour is like his home territory. But I think he does know a thing or two about Contra as well, from my understanding. He's got a zipper and a dolphin. These zippers are going to be really annoying to deal with, because he's going to be forced to mix in King Raptors at some point to deal with these interceptors. Because they're just going to ram into planes and get free XP, because they one-shot planes. I'm still surprised he doesn't have the countermeasures upgrade. I think Pavlos are... I think they're okay. The only issue is that he's not really got vision over the tunnels. And because Firelord is counteracting a lot of his defenses, he also has AP bullets now, which is going to be a huge boost to damage for his quads, as well as the quad turrets. That's a very important upgrade he got, and I'm actually glad he got that first over demolition. More black markets are coming out. Yeah, Firelord is gonna... I think Firelord is potentially gonna start catching up in the economy game. And really what he just needs to do in his position is he needs to start using his GPs to start sniping drop zones and narrow the difference in economy between him and Dromed. And once he starts out ecoing Dromed, he just needs to widen that gap until rank 5. Because once he gets rank 5, Air has very little options to kind of deal with demo on a big map like this. Like, you can't cover Ifrit on every single front on this map. Because even if he gets caught out here, he's still gonna kill like this entire blob, for example. And that's gonna open up the path for his quad cannons to push in. So yeah, this is probably gonna be a very chill game, so make sure to get a snack, because I think we're gonna be in for a long one at least. These are 2 very good players, so I don't think either player is gonna be giving up any team. You see a couple Scud launchers or Lunas. Those are gonna be helpful in clearing up these Patriots, because the Patriots can't clear the rockets themselves. He's gonna need slids to do that, which I don't see any thus far. Oh, there's one slid over here, but if he has enough Lunas, then he can kind of just siege through. What kind of sucks though is that you can't scud pop like you can in 0 hours, so these things are going to be very exposed, but if he covers puts enough quad cannons in an area just to at least force a unfavorable trade for drones, then I think it should be fine. And yeah, drones finally collected from his supply over here, so he's gonna be in a bit of an interesting position because now it's just a matter of the secondary economy game. Who can play the macro better? And from personal experience against both of these players, I think Firelord is way stronger when he's in his familiar territory, which is the macro game. He's getting a second, third, fourth airfield. He's gonna spam out a lot of zippers very shortly, probably. And I think this is a really smart decision on his part because that just means he's narrowing the window of opportunity for Jerome to kind of abuse his air. Because as soon as air can't use his own aircraft effectively, that's when things start going downhill. Builds another war factory over here. I think Jerome is making a big mistake not clearing this up and at least trying to destroy it. Because this is giving Firelord a lot of free units as well. Like, Firelord was only spamming quads from war factories initially, and he's got almost as many, if not more, scorpions than quads at this point. Yeah, and drones finally hit rank 3, which is important. He uses a double A10 on the, what's it called? The oils. So, I think, is it on the oil or the reinforcement pad? Please don't be on the reinforcement pad. Okay, that was actually kind of decent, cause he killed a lot of units in front of reinforcement pad, but I don't know. I don't think it was worth it because the oil is gonna be what's winning Firelord the game. It's money that's winning him the game. Like, these scorpions are relatively easy to deal with. What's harder to deal with is this sort of economy situation. Because Air Force is terrible at stalemate games. Air Force would always want games where they're very aggressive, and this is one of those games where he has to kind of transition to Chimera very soon. Yeah, he's building special levitation pads right now, probably for a couple of Chimeras to try and at least start sieging. But the problem with Chimeras is that Firelord's also gonna have a lot of zippers very soon. Actually, he's spamming dolphins right now, but wait, no, he's building both. Yeah, he's gonna have a lot of zippers very soon, and Chimera give a lot of XP when you kill them, so he might kill like a quad site, but he'll give up like Chimeras, and they're not cheap either. They're about 3.7k. Yeah, there's a third levitation pad over there. He's got a couple King Raptors as well, probably in preparation of zippers or potential mine drop planes. Yeah, and just more and more markets are coming out. This is gonna definitely become a late game sort of game. Yeah, a couple zippers. I think he's locked onto something, though I can't tell. Just guard airing over here. Let's see. Yep, as I predicted, Chimera. And he finally has countermeasures too. So what's nice about the Chimera is that if he does get unpunished, and also a couple dolphins, killed quite a few units actually. Looked like he killed 2 coyotes. Yeah. What's nice about the dolphins is, or Chimera rather, is that they're gonna be able to basically get something for nothing trades. So they'll get like a quad site, and if there's no zipper in position, they'll just get out of there like unscathed. Set us up a couple A mines on the small island. I like this position because this is gonna be the position the A10 comes from next time. So if Jerome wants to kill the oils with A10, it's gonna be a little more difficult because he needs to clear these mines up somehow. Couple more Chimera rockets coming in. Clears up another quad site. And Jerome's actually trying to equalize the XP gap between him and Firelord right now. But yeah, this is. Mm, I don't know whose position I prefer actually. At first, I preferred Firelord's position because he also had the rank, but it's just the amount of drop zones is crazy. And now he has supply lines too as well. Oh yeah, he also has the heat-seeking missiles for the Hornets. Hmm. I think I'm starting to lean towards Drone's position, but just because he has a lot of Chimera out too, and Firelord isn't really punishing him with zippers in the right positions. He's got zippers around, but they haven't been able to effectively punish these Chimera enough. Once I start seeing some punishment on these Chimera, then I think it'll be a bit better. I think he also has a stealth upgrade on the King Raptors, so it's not like he can counter snipe King Raptors as easily either. Oh, ooh, that was a nice A mine at least. A couple zippers are flying across the map. These are gonna go down, unfortunately. For not. Ah, he lost another zipper over there. What he needs to do is he needs to like guard air like on his island, but like clipping the water. So if these chimeras swoop in to try and snipe like a defense, he'll like at least ram into the chimera. Hmm. Yeah, more and more markets are coming up for a Firelord. Jerome is floating 19k right now. I guess we can do another quick count while we're at it. So he is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 markets, 4 oils. Jerome is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 33 drop zones and 2 oils. So he is still economically ahead, but especially because he also has supply lines, which benefit both his oils and the drop zones. And he's starting to actually take the lead in XP because of these Chimera. Yeah, this is actually kind of what I was alluding to earlier. It's gonna come down to whether these Chimera go unpunished or not while they're sieging, and thus far there hasn't been enough punishment on these Chimeras, so they're kind of just getting these something for nothing trades, where they're just killing something and they're getting away with it for free. I'm wondering where Firelord's GPs are as well, because he has the AA mines, but I don't think we've actually seen what his other two GPs were. I don't think he has ambush because he doesn't have a demolition upgrade. So I'm trying to think what he might have taken. Maybe I missed it, but yeah, at this rate, Jerome is starting to get a better and better eco lead than Firelord. And I think part of the reason for that is just because Jerome started up on his secondary economy way sooner compared to Firelord. Like, Firelord had a phenomenal position, locking down this bottom area very early on. But I think the combination of him getting harassed by Hornets earlier here, so he had to rebuild this instead of make markets, as well as the fact that Jerome kind of just built drop zones as soon as he maxed out on his airfield count. And he also has JSFs out now, so those are going to be even harder to snipe compared to Hornets because they're stealth and quick. Oh, he's got zippers, but Yeah, he needs to commit. Once you lock onto the Chimera, it becomes invincible like that, and yeah, it just one shots. So Firelord just needs to get more of those one for one trades because at least then he's not falling behind on XP. Because if it comes down to a rank 5 game, Demo will most certainly have the threatening factor of just exploding something into oblivion with the Freet. And also the Demo Scud is the most powerful super weapon in the game as far as I'm aware, aside from maybe Air Force's strategic bombing. I think a Demo Scud can actually one-shot a super weapon with the upgrade too, if I'm not mistaken. With the high explosives upgrade from the Scudstorm. Yeah, finally see the Scorps and Quads engage the ground units of Drone, but there is gonna be a lot of aircraft coming in very soon. I expect a couple AA mines set up preemptively. It's a pretty good idea, honestly. I do think it is pretty smart to set up those AA mines. He's got an eye over here, not a Bobcat, so that that unfortunately will not clear up these mines. Though I think he's actually clearing up some of the mines with the Chimera missiles, which is very funny to see. He has a lot of Death Stars out. I think he's just doing this for the sake of really making sure he has no issues with bomb trucks, which I think is pretty smart. Because Coyotes can kind of deal with the ground army of Demo relatively okay until Rattles start coming out. Yeah, Jerome is floating 60k, meanwhile Firelord's on 38k. I think both of these players are just kind of thinking about what to spend their money on right now, because I don't think it's necessarily clear to either of them who's ahead, because I don't think they've seen each other's economies. Well, Jerome's probably seen it with the Strat Center, but it's probably close to off cooldown or still on cooldown, and he hasn't had another check of Firelord's economy in a while, I'm assuming. Yeah, it's this middle bridge. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the main route to enter through, just because it is the biggest bridge on this map. King Raptor is moving forward, probably in anticipation of zippers and that area. Oh, and this is where things start getting a little dicey. Now he's getting his black markets threatened by these Chimera because all these defenses have been taken down, and he sees that because he has sentry drones over here. And yeah, now drone's rank 5, and Firelord still has 2.5k XP to catch up on before he's rank 5. So yeah, Wyvern is gonna be added to this air storm very soon, as well as a super weapon, and I don't see a way Firelord deals with Wyvern at this stage without really good detection for it. He needs to really predict where Wyvern goes somehow. I don't know how he's gonna approach it, but yeah, it's gonna be tough. Saying that, he does have a lot of money. I think this carpet's very wasteful if it doesn't kill Palace, though if it kills Palace, it's definitely worth. Oh, it barely misses. Yeah, it's because of the fortified structures as well that makes it way more durable. That at this point, GPs, you don't want to really use them for buildings. I agree on that as well, man. Like the main thing he missed out on was just the damn Chimera snipes. Like these Chimeras need to be dealt with somehow. And if you don't have a way to deal with Chimera, you just get snowballed very easily because Air Force can just constantly slow siege you. But yeah, I'm speaking to him specifically because I'm expecting he might like rewatch later, so that's why. No stream sniping or none of that. So do not worry, folks. A couple AA mines just popped out and cleared a Chimera. Another Chimera gets taken to half health by one mine, but doesn't proc the other. Yeah, I'm just waiting for when the Wyvern comes out, cause okay, yeah, Wyvern is over there, and yeah, Wyvern is basically gonna be -1 army every time it fires. So that's gonna be very tough to deal with. And we're starting to see Auroras come out. Uh, yeah, I think at this stage Drome has got it because literally all he needs to do now, I would literally just sell any JSFs I have, just spam Auroras, lock down the war factories and airfields, and then just start going in and hammering at him with chimeras. Because once he has no production, Firelord's kind of screwed. Drone should use upgraded scan GP to destroy those quad turrets. Yeah, he honestly should have gotten the upgraded SAT scan. I think the upgraded SAT scan can honestly make such a huge difference this game. Like his early game at least, when he got early rank 3. A couple more coyotes get taken out. And yeah, this island is finally starting to get sieged, and yeah, Firelord is slowly but surely losing like remnants of the perimeter of his base, because there's Auroras and Chimeras and there's a Wyvern. There's gonna be a super weapon soon, but I'm just looking for the scaffold. I'm super surprised there's no super weapon. You have 95k. You can definitely get. You definitely have the money. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. All he really needs to do is just spam Auroras, and he doesn't even need to kill units. He actually just needs to kill production, and he'll be good. Kills another Scorpion. Another quad does go down. Yep, and the coyotes are starting to creep into the base. And okay, yeah, this was the good idea, but you need to hit the arms leader there, not the quad turret. The quad turret died in 7 different afterlives from that bombing. Like, I don't even think the 9 lives of a cat could save that quad turret at that point. Dolphin does make a quick dive and kills quite a few coyotes, but yeah, GG don't know how to counter. Well played. Yeah, this is just a matter of like, I think game sense. Like, I think Firelord
You
had
have
a
been
good
defeated.
thing going with his economy, but he needed to position his zippers better in a situation like this. Just because if you don't have the zippers to counter snipe the Chimera, they just get free hits like relentlessly. And like they fire from very long range, so the only option you really have to kind of trade 1 for 1 is zippers, because quads are way outranged by Chimera. So you have to get those planes out in position. Firelord did very well though, but Drone just better in macro Contra games. That's what Drone's used to. Yeah, I think that's that too. I think it's the matchup. Yeah, the matchup definitely favors Air Force, but I don't think Demo finds it impossible. Like, I think there's definitely a win condition Demo has, and it involves playing around the, like, dealing with the Chimera. But as long as the Chimera are dealt with, you are essentially a-okay. And this final matchup is very much so an ugly matchup, I think. Eesh. Cyber against Inf. This is a very sort of one-way road type of matchup, because both of these factions have ways to burst each other's units very easily. Cyber has tow missiles that instantly burst down the whatchamacallits, the crawlers of infantry. But two tank hunter shots kill any droid in Cyber's arsenal until rank 3. So a lot of this is gonna be or micro based. Sorry, it's really gonna come down to the first couple engagements and in terms of who decides the tempo of the game, in my opinion. I think on this map, Cyber probably has a bit of an advantage if Jerome tries to play greedy. But if he decides to play defensive, I think Cyber has a chance as well, but Cyber doesn't want to be put in a position where he plays against in a defensive game. Because Cyber is kind of similar to Air Force as well. He wants to play very aggressive early on because he wants to abuse his superior mobility. Except it's in the form of droids instead of aircraft, like Air Force. So Jerome's going for oil caps with a one supply. He's getting his second supply now, and he's going for his flank supply, which I don't think I agree with, honestly. I think in against Cyber you want to pack your base as close as possible, just because if you're against someone with extremely fast units, the last thing you want to do is having to move out your army from here all the way to here, where you can just kind of move between here in like one screen. Like it's way easier to move between this supply to this supply than this supply to this supply. Meanwhile, Cyber, he's getting 2. You need 3 for Vortus specifically. 3 is the optimal collection number for Vortus. I think it's even on the supply center itself, but this is just like sort of like just a small mistake because they look like Chinooks, so because they're air collectors. Yeah, I'm interested to see if he gets the tow upgrade. I'm looking at the money right now. Thus far, he's actually denied the oil cap from Jerome on the bottom, and they're gonna trade oils, I think. There is an MG crawler coming on the way, though I don't know if it's gonna deny it in time. Jerome's already secured the top oil. I think he's gonna barely miss out on the deny. Yeah, he misses out on the deny because this cliff is kind of annoying to traverse. There is a couple RPGs in this crawler, and there is a Gatling defense. I was hoping that was the missile one. If that was the missile one, he could have at least dealt with this, but yeah, this expansion is actually gonna die very quickly. That's a very unfortunate. Oh, this is painful to watch. Yeah, if he had the missile one, he could at least burst down the crawler and force it to be tank hunters on the ground. But yeah, he's gonna lose this expansion. He has a Phobos out, but Phobos are very slow, and yeah, this is what I was talking about with Cyber doesn't want to play like a stagnant game. This unit is actually kind of the reason why. Phobos is just very slow, and it's perhaps one of the worst artillery units in the game compared to all the other artillery units. It's not bad, but every artillery unit that every other general has kind of outclasses it for different reasons. Like howitzers are just do more damage. This thing is just very slow. Like it moves at a tortoise's pace, and it turns at a tortoise's pace too. Farther does have a refinery though, and that means extremely low cost droids. So his droids go from like 500 to I think like 450 or something ridiculous like that, like even lower. Yeah, he loses another Vorta here, unfortunately. Vortas are a lot more fragile compared to Chinooks, so have to be careful there. He has a repair drone, but it is all by itself, unfortunately. And yeah, he needs an upgrade on his droids. The droids need to be upgraded here. Yeah, and Farler doesn't know what to do here and just calls it GG. Yeah, I mean, he just needed to get the upgrades on his droids, and also he wasn't collecting on 3 Vortas. For Cyber specifically, you need 3 Vortas, since they collect in smaller increments. But yeah, it's very unfortunate. Though I think honestly, all things considered, he did put up a really good fight. I think most people who aren't that familiar with current Contra environments would get stomped within a couple minutes, but Filer did not put up an easy fight, I will say that much. So it's 3-0 to Drone, but very well played to Firelord, and very well played for Drone for winning that one. Oh, shoot. Kinda hard when. Yeah. Plus. Was. Damn it, my S key keeps breaking. Was. Not bad. Damn it, I need. Was not bad. Still, well played. Demo game was close. Yeah, I have to be a little creative with my letters. So if I'm looking at the pool of matchups right now, I think the next matchup is going to be between Pred and Cordaf, which is going to be pretty nice since these are two pretty good players, if I do say so myself. So I'll open up a slot and ping these guys on Discords. And yeah, we have the two players here. So let me update the whatchamacallit, the scoreboard to have their names. Where's Predator's name? I just need to copy it so that way I have something to work with. There we go. I'll just take out the BG because it makes it kind of long. There we go. There we go. We can play some China now since we haven't played China music yet. And the matchup is gonna be Super Weapon against Demo. This is gonna be an interesting one. I think Super Weapon has a pretty nice early game at least against Demo, because Visa have a lot of open space to kind of hold on to map control early on. Early barracks from Cordaf to try and go for some quick oil caps likely. And worker spam initially early on, so he went for 2 workers to try and push on positions. He might demo trap this oil, which would be pretty smart to deny a cap potentially. Sets up a couple of rangers over here, or what do you call them, rangers? A couple of rebels to cap his home tech buildings. And yeah, I'm expecting he's gonna demo trap this. Like, just because it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, exactly. He's demo trapping this because he wants to deny the caps, or at least delay it in the future. And he has a tunnel right under the hospital. How many rangers did he go for? He went for 4 rangers, so he's gonna get the 2 oils in the reinforcement pad. Pred's gonna do the same as well in his base. He actually got the capture upgrade before Kordav, so he might be able to capture his stuff a bit quicker. I'm a bit interested to see what Kordav goes for. Oh, he loses the dozer here actually to this demo trap. That opens up this ranger to capture the a 3rd oil. That's actually kind of big. Mm. Yeah, that's pretty big actually. Pings a tunnel in case he stealths it later, which is smart. Kills the worker. Yeah, Kordev should definitely capture this ASAP. Yeah, there we go. So Kordev's actually gonna be on 1 supply but 3 oils. He's getting a 2nd supply now, but Pred's also on 1 supply currently. Well, he's on 2, but this one's gonna exhaust very quickly, so he's gonna have to macro that a little bit. He did capture the repair bay, which is pretty nice, so it is free junk repair, but now Kordev has this oil, and that's probably gonna give him the opportunity to catch up onto his 2nd supply. And we got a couple full Vs already here, and this is definitely gonna burst down the squad. This might take it at critical, but it's barely gonna stay out of critical range, which is pretty good for him. Kills the rebel, so no artillery platform capture. 3rd supply stash is coming out for Pred, but there are 2 full Humvees, and they have battle drones as well, so he's gotta micro this a little carefully because he can't just attack move, otherwise he will target the drones. He evacs, which is a bit premature in my opinion. I don't know why he's doing that. I don't like the fact he evac'd there because he actually got nothing out of that. He just made his Humvee way less threatening. So if he moves the Humvee here, it's not as bad to fight against. Loses the Humvee. There is a critical HP Humvee, but yeah, he is evacing here. I'm not sure what's up with these evacs. I guess he's expecting some sort of pop, but I think honestly, it's better to not evac if that's the situation, because you give more XP if you kill the units that evac from the fireport, because if you kill a Humvee with 2 missile defenders, then you only get the XP for the Humvee. You don't actually get the XP for the missile defenders. Okay. So this supply is actually kind of open. There are 2 garrisons that are empty, so he can fight this garrison if he wants to. There is a tunnel to retreat to, but I think he's gonna try and burst that tunnel before he makes it out. There's only 1 RPG to pop from it. Yeah, this supply stash is definitely gonna go down, I feel, but I think he's just running away for now just because he doesn't know how many RPGs are in that garrison. See the airfield come out, which means Tomahawk Storm is gonna be built very soon from Kordav. He is trying to pincer this GLA army, but yeah, he got a Scorpion, a quad for 1 Humvee, which is pretty good, honestly, at this stage, especially because he is actually out ecoing Pred right now. Got a couple units from the reinforcement drop. He has 3 quads in front of the war factory, so it's not like his war factory is in danger, but Pred can't really expand, which he kind of wants to at this stage at least. Kordav's also rank 2, so he might have repair GP ready as a bait. Yep, and he does that exactly. He uses repair, but I think he mistimes it slightly, probably because of the slight delay with the lag. But yeah, he bursts down all the quads. I think the only reason he's not engaging is because he's worried if there's potential mines in the area, so I can respect the fact he's playing safe. Like, it is definitely, you shouldn't underestimate Demo in this situation, because one slip up on mines and the game can flip it on its head potentially. He's spamming at a couple of Thors to try and harass the workers, but one got caught up by a quad cannon. He's getting a 2nd airfield. He has a 3rd supply also over here collecting. he's also spacing out his Thors to kind of give him vision of the map, so Pred doesn't actually expand out beyond his little sector of the base, or bases rather. He's got 7 Humvees over here, which is pretty threatening. He has a couple RPGs on the ground though to tank the missiles. Kills 2 Humvees. But Pred is falling behind in terms of XP. If I was in this situation as demo, I would probably just try and start putting random demo traps at least. Because even if, like at this point you kind of need something to, like a good engagement to happen to sort of snowball off of it, and demo traps are kind of the perfect way to promote those good engagements. What's also nice about demo traps, unlike mines, is you can't force fire to check for mines the same way you can do for demo traps. Demo traps are only damaged by very specific things, like artillery, for example. This Humvee is gonna go down. It was empty. First Centurion is out. Second Centurion is out. I think Kordaf is probably gonna go for Thor spam. Though I'm not sure if I'm a fan of Thor spam before he gets rank 3, because he doesn't have access to countermeasures yet. Oh, Pred has this oil now. I didn't even realize that, so that's actually quite nice that he has access to that oil. And yeah, there are a lot of Thors. They're gonna burst down this one quad, but yeah, Pred's gonna be aware of the fact that there's multiple Thors out in the air, so he's gonna want quads. But I like the Centurion mix as well, because Kordaf is expecting him to spam more quads to deal with Thors, so he abuses that by just building Centurions to kind of tank the shots as well as kill off any straggler quads or quad turrets. Yeah, he's starting to mix in RPGs now, but RPGs are pretty slow. And you can't really move offensively with RPGs, because if they get caught out, then they're gonna get picked off by the Thors. He pings at this quad turret. He uses repair on his Thors to brute force through the anti-air. And yeah, there's only one quad turret here, so he could actually brute force through it as well. He's rank 3 now too, so I think he's just also waiting on his GP strikes as well as countermeasures. Yeah, that's level 1 carpet. I'm not sure what his other... Oh, his other GP was repair and spy drone, I think, maybe. I'm not sure, honestly. I don't see a spy drone, though. I'm not sure if he actually has spy drones or not. Ah, that's... Wow, that's a massive waste, actually. Yeah, that was a massive blunder. I don't think he should have used the carpet for oil, because it's very unlikely he's going to get deep into the base because of the amount of quads, so he may as well try and at least use it on the army. And a GP like carpet, you really don't want to throw away because it has a 7-minute cooldown, so he kind of a wasted opportunity, honestly, if I do say so myself. And yeah, we see a very aggressive Tomahawk Storm. I would have placed it a little bit more back, just because there isn't really a reason to risk it, but he's probably just placing it there because it's close to his dozer. Builds a strat center over here with a bombardment cannon. I think this is actually kind of nice just because it helps defend this flank a little bit better. Does he have countermeasures yet? He does have countermeasures. Okay. So he has countermeasures. He's probably going to get solar panels or the Centurion energy capacitor upgrade to make his Centurions either take less energy or to just buff them in DPS. He's force firing down this artillery platform because he doesn't want to deal with it in the future. I think that's a pretty smart idea. There's the Burton. There's super weapon Burton too, so it's not like a regular Burton that just demolishes buildings. It's actually just the support EMP Burton mainly. That also has a ion flare strike. So yeah, first Tomahawk Storm. Now he's placing the particle cannon as well. And yeah, Bred's kind of on a timer to do something because longer he waits for these super weapons, they're gonna fire more strikes. Kordov is gonna get more XP as a result, and that's gonna let Kordov snowball in terms of getting an XP lead, which means he'll get more super weapons as he gets more like rank points. Um, Humvee over here is not dead somehow. Clears up a couple RPGs. There's a small push that seemed to have been there with RPGs and quads, but got cleared up very quickly by Burton and some Thors. A lot of Ammoses as well, so yeah, these Ammoses probably got stockpiled from the reinforcement pad, so this is a bit of a scary situation because Super Weapon actually has a really strong ground army now as well. Yeah, especially after the energy upgrade. And he also has bombardment too, so they actually hit quite hard against these scorpions only. Yeah, it's not like there's rattles coming out anytime soon. He just built a few quads. Because he needs quads for the Thors too. I kind of like this composition of having both air and ground, so it's not like Pred can just spam bomb trucks, which Demo wants to do. He is getting zippers, which is pretty smart, because zippers will do quite a good amount of AoE if the Thors stick together. He has invisible terrorists out, and Kordaf is now aware of it, so he's gonna start mixing in sentry drones, pretty sure. Ooh, and he gets 3 Thors, 4 Thors actually at once. That's a nice strike. But yeah, the issue is that Core is kind of just taking the entire map for himself, and Pred's kind of forced into his corner of the map without really expanding to the middle. And it's not like he's even against defenses, he's just against a lot of army at the moment, which is quite scary. He's built spy drones on his ambulances, which is pretty smart, to detect the terrorists until the sentry drones arrive. Does he have the demo upgrade? He does not. I actually haven't seen the GPs yet, and yeah, speaking of GPs, he uses a cluster mine on the Atlas that should one-shot it. And I think that's a pretty good target just because Atlas is dealing a lot of damage to him right now, especially because it also has bombardment. Yeah, also because those are in the process in a couple units. A couple more terrorists are getting some pickoffs. Both players are at rank 4 now. They're actually very even in terms of XP, but I still think Kordaf is ahead just because he's mining from the middle right now, and he has 2 super weapons up. He also has the solar panels now, so he has a lot of excess power to work with in case a couple power plants get snapped. Bomb truck unfortunately derps out on the cliff. Oh, that was a better bomb truck strike though. He got a scaffold and a couple units there. Dolphin comes in for a strike. Workers are being sent forward, but he doesn't have the demolition upgrade yet, so I'm not sure what he's doing with these guys. Yeah, these guys are just kind of giving free XP. Couple bomb trucks are coming in from all corners, but the Thors are in position to deal with all of these suicide units. I think he's gonna get the supply, but I don't think he's gonna get much else beyond that. He'll get the power plant as well. That's a pretty nice pickoff. But yeah, I would be concerned if I was Pred right now, just cause Core is also getting secondary economy behind this, so it's not even like he's gonna run out of cash from the middle. Like he's actually playing for the late game too. Tomahawk Storm does fire. I think it's gonna be on an oil or a war factory. No, it's gonna be on the airfield. Okay. Okay. I think it's. I would have used it on this oil honestly. There isn't really a reason to lock down the airfield because he's not gonna camp units from the airfield. He's gonna just like airfields are pretty expendable as a demo. I would much rather try and shut down his economy, even if it means delaying his collection on his supply or black market, for example. He's building some forward ions to try and aggressively push with his siege. Has composite armor now too. No drone armor just yet. A couple demo traps are spread out, but they are detected by the sentry drone, as sentries detect all types of units. Ion does take a shot at the terrorist. Amos are clearing a couple of the demo traps. Yeah, the particle cannon is ready as well, so this is a little bit of a dangerous situation for Pret to be in, and it fires, and it's gonna kill the factory and the arms dealer. Yeah, he's double clicking now, so that way it does more damage. And yeah, this is gonna be very annoying to deal with for Pred, because having to rebuild factory is just such a hassle to deal with. Because he wants the factory as well to eventually get fortified structures if it does go late game, but I don't think this game is gonna go much later than a couple seconds, because quite frankly Cordaf is starting to push into the base of Predator, and I don't know how he's gonna defend against this without some insane bombs trucks. Yeah, he has a mix of both air and ground army too, so while his production isn't getting locked down per se, because a lot of his production is actually on the top of the map, also see a rank 3 carpet bomb. I think he's gonna try and bomb this entire area, which I think is an okay target. Yeah, I think he's gonna get a supply as well with this. Yeah, he's gonna get a lot of damage. He kills, he takes a barracks and a market and an arms dealer to the hole. Clears up all the workers, barely misses out on the kill on the supply stash. More bomb trucks are being waypointed into the supply centers. He actually might get the strat center, which would be a decent kill, by the way, because strat center does provide quite a lot. He uses demoralize on the Centurions over here, so they're basically gonna do 0 damage for the time being. Oh wait, I missed something. Oh my god, he actually bomb trucked his super weapons. Okay, sorry for missing that. He bomb trucked the particle cannon and the tomahawk storm, so he has to rebuild that. And that, I think that's what put him to rank 5. So, as I just said that Pred might have been in a perilous situation, I think, like I said, if he gets a good strike, he can get back into this game, and that's what he's doing exactly. Kamikaze was used on the supply center here, and EMP disables 2 arms dealers over here. These Centurions are gonna get remoralized, so to say, very soon, but I'm assuming Ifrit is in the process of being built, and one Ifrit, and he can completely wipe out this entire army. I'm assuming that's a dozer or a core, like a defense core drop. Not sure what it was. Ooh, couple mine drops and a bomb truck strike actually on the CC as well. Also got a couple alphas out finally. And yeah, there are alphas, but there are a lot of zippers that he's gonna have to deal with. Oh, please don't kill all those Chinooks right now. This would be a terrible time to do it. Okay. He is locking onto the Aurora, but it's in supersonic mode, so it's immune to the zipper while it's in supersonic, unfortunately. Yeah, that Aurora goes down. Auroras are super expensive as well to build, mind you. They cost 3k a piece, but saying that Cordaf has quite a few drop zones. More bomb trucks are arriving to the base, and he's actually setting up a couple EMP mines, which is pretty smart. Because it's not even for bomb trucks only, it's also for saboteurs. Because the demo does get saboteurs. Oh, it was a dozer drop. So he dropped 2 heavy dozers in the back of Pred's base. No sign of a Ifrit yet, so he did lose the strat center earlier, but he actually kind of needs to send at least a couple bomb trucks, or at least the Ifrits, towards this army, because it's kind of just killing his base. Bomb trucks do unfortunately get EMP'd here, so that will alert core for the time being, but saying that EMP mines barely do damage, so they're just gonna slowly but surely waddle their way to the buildings. Yeah, I think he's gonna kill the Auroras on the airfield too. Ah, these mines keep rocking. That's very fortunate. Oh, there's the bomb truck that I was talking about. And yeah, builds a demo trap on one of the dozers. That's pretty funny. Oh, and he's sending a couple of rangers to clear up this bomb truck. And they all die to the ion power plant collateral damage. Oh, there's the second one. Ah, but it barely misses out on the kill. He needs to wait for when the auroras actually land. Bombardment gets deployed. No sign of a Ifrit still. Surprisingly, Pred is holding on way better than I'm expecting. Like, considering the eco lead Kordafazan, I'm very surprised Predator is still in this. He really only just needs one good Ifrit and he can probably switch up the game and like if he times like an Ifrit with like a bomb trucks on this, he could probably snowball the game off of that. Saying that though, Kordafa is being a little bit of a nuisance. He's building Patriots behind the arms dealer. He doesn't want to kill his own arms dealer by accident. This is smart. He's sending terrorists because they'll at least not do AoE damage to his buildings. Yeah. Couple dolphins going in for more strikes. Is he sniping a dozer or what's the plan? Oh, is he sniping the Aurora? Oh, that's a nice pick-off actually. I like that. That's a good pick-off. I'm wondering when the Saturn is also gonna come out as well because Saturn is gonna make things actually very difficult and oh, I thought that was the Saturn for a second, but unfortunately it was just another Centurion. 2, 3, 4 black markets currently versus 4 drop zones, 5, 6, yeah, 6 drop zones, same number of oils. Kordaf is gonna get a third oil again. Tomahawk Storm is firing. I think it's gonna go for. He's going for the airfield again. I think. I think it's okay. I think there could have been a better target, honestly. Oil, honestly, is the number one target I would have gone for. Well, I always want to prioritize money sources with Tomahawk Storm, typically. So, whether that's supply or the oil, or a black market, that's usually my biggest priority. He uses the suicide on the supply stash to damage the Centurion, but unfortunately it doesn't do that much damage. He could actually send a bunch of his workers here to try and detonate these Centurions. I'm wondering if he's about to do that. Another, oh, that's a fuel air bomb. Kills a bunch of Scorpions, heavily damages the palace. Bomb truck does make another trip to the Centurions. Kills 3 Centurion as well as a couple terrorists by accident. Any sign of Saturn? No, there's no signs of Saturn just yet. Is there an Ifrit? There is no Ifrit either. Where are the super units? Both of these players are rank 5, so I'm very surprised that there's no super units yet. Yeah, repair just to recover a bit of HP. He's starting to mix in Pathfinders to counter the terrorists, which is pretty smart. Because they do detect stealth infantry as well, by the way. Hold on, I'm just responding to something. Alright, there we go. Oh, I see a drop over here. Cluster mines are being dropped. Might kill this Aurora, which is nice. ICBM is finally out. It's placed on the bottom of Cordell space. Cluster mines, unfortunately, do miss the kill. It's using a demo trap to finish off the airfield, but the Aurora is saved, which is the important thing. So there's the ICBM. I'm just wondering where the weather machine is gonna be. Ah, he's not even detonating the demo shot. Oh, another kamikaze strike. This is a pretty nice kamikaze though. Ah, I thought I was gonna kill these drop zones. Okay, I take that back. Yeah, this kamikaze could have been a lot better. He could have got 3 drop zones or 2 drop zones at the bare minimum, but he only got 1 and a couple like power plants. Another carpet bomb being launched. This time he does have the fortification, so this is not gonna do nearly as much damage as it would. Yeah, it doesn't even take it to the hole. Dome charts do get detected. The artillery platform is gonna be a bit of a nuisance just because it chips at the bomb trucks. This bomb truck will kill us. Those two. The tech buildings will barely survive the second bomb truck. More terrorists are getting spammed out, but yeah, there's also pathfinders coming out, which is gonna deny the collection here too, which will be really annoying to deal with. Royals are sieging the supply stash. The particle cannon is being used on the palace. Good target. That'll stop the production of Ifrit as well as bomb trucks. So that means he's gonna be forced onto scorpions and quads, which is absolutely terrible against Kordov's current composition. Unfortunately, the artillery platform is auto repairing, so it's not gonna go down anytime soon. Ah, he doesn't even finish the oil. Ah, that's a bit of a blunder. I think he's gonna try and finish with the quad. Oh, focus it. Ah, damn. I think he does have demoralize off cooldown as well, which is kind of nice. Though I'm kind of surprised. Okay, there's the weather machine. Yeah, weather manipulation device. He's gonna get the EMP upgrade, which is gonna make these auroras go from already good to like insanely annoying to deal with. Because these will insta disable Ifrit as well if it hits. Oh, and he actually has Ifrit out, but he's getting detected. That's pretty bad. Yeah, because he knows where the Ifrit is, so he can just chase it down with a sentry drone. Airfield does get locked down again. I think his goal is he just wants to deny the zippers from being out. Because the dolphins aren't really a threat, it's more the zippers that are a threat to these auroras. He is moving forward the Ifrit, but it's gonna get a little pecked at by the Centurion. Demoralize is used on Centurions, but yeah, this Ifrit has to Pred has to make a decision here. He has to think whether he wants to use this defensively or whether he wants to just go in Kordov's base and nuke something out of oblivion. I think so far the prospect of going on offense is pretty good, just because he has RPGs at least to defend for now with the quads, but once the Pathfinders come back into the fray, then it's going to be a little more difficult to go in with that. Yeah, and there's also Aurora's going to be coming out too, and their AoE is pretty deadly against infantry blobs. Oh, where is it hitting? Hits the quad. Decent target. Yep, and this is what I was talking about. These Pathfinders are just gonna mow down these RPGs, and yeah, this Ifrit is AFK, and he doesn't really know what to do with it is the issue, because there's just so much at once to deal with. Okay, he is moving out the Ifrit, but he might have to pop the detonate here. This would be a really bad target to go for, honestly. Does the Aurora have the EMP yet? It does have the EMP, so one EMP hit and this Ifrit gets disabled. He does notice the EMP now from the Humvee, so he's got to detonate this very soon, otherwise it's gonna get disabled. Perfect timing, right before the bomb landed, so he at least gets a bit of army as well as 2 drop zones. If he didn't pop the detonate there, he would have gotten disabled by the Aurora, and he would have... Killing a free does a mini explosion that's similar to like killing just a regular tank with nuclear engines. So he definitely got way more out of that than he potentially could have. He either had to choose between nothing or everything that was there at the time. So that's a pretty good target. ICBM is ready, but ICBM will probably get comboed with something else because it is a one hit strike, so it doesn't kill GLA holes. I think he's gonna combo it with a particle cannon, probably on a palace or an arms dealer, if I'm guessing. Uses an EMP but completely whiffs it on an army. More forward terrorists are being waypointed. And yeah, if I'm looking at the eco situation, where we got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 being built. ICBM is fired as well. Let's just see where the ICBM is going. It's going to the top, so it's either on this oil or it's gonna be on the palace and comboed with particle cannon probably. I think it's very likely gonna be comboed with particle cannon. Takes the palace and mark it down to the hole, and yeah, particle cannon does finish off the palace hole. Yep, good play. Pathfinders are moving in. And yeah, Kordaf is slowly but surely just kind of crawling away. Like, while Predator has one super weapon known as Freeze, Kordaf is basically just wailing at him with 4 different super weapons, as well as like a level 3 carpet bomb, as well as the sort of attack teams he's been making. Locks down another airfield. Yeah, I'd honestly just kill the oil. Like, I don't see a reason not to. Like, he keeps taking it to the hole, so may as well just use the Tomahawk Storm to kill one oil, and suddenly Pred's economy is like slashed really hard. Because it's not like he has markets either. He only has 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 markets versus around 11 drop zones. And Kordaf is still collecting. Ifrit is finally out once again. He will not fail this time. Not sure what he's gonna do with this next Ifrit strike, because he kinda has to get some good vision, honestly, in terms of where to hit. I didn't check if he had a radar scan, but I assume he does. Yeah, still no Saturn for some reason. I'm not sure why he doesn't have Saturn. Like, he has 2 war factories. He can just build a 3rd forward one and just build Saturn from there, so it doesn't even have to take the time to slowly waddle its way to the Pred's base. Another carpet bombing comes by. Nice squad cannon camping this supply pile. Kills a market. It's decent, honestly. At this point, he needs something to kill. Kamikaze plane is being launched out. Not sure to where though. I think he's going for the airfield. Oh, that's a really unfortunate disable. Okay, he does recover. Yeah, he goes for the airfield. Kills 3 Auroras. That's pretty good. But yeah, Pred is losing his main base, and this command truck is getting cornered. And actually, okay, he does have a factory. I thought he could have been in potential threat of getting worker hunted. This Ifrita is at less than half HP, and it's kind of in a perilous situation. It's getting repaired now, but it's not exactly a good situation for Predator right now. Looks like a sneak attack being built. Not really sure what he's gonna do, because there are EMP mines on this weather machine. You need, I think, 3 bomb trucks or 4 bomb trucks to kill a weather machine. I think, yeah, it does pop the lightning bolts. And where does he pop it? He pops it on the top base, and that's gonna disable this whole area very shortly. Yeah, these lightning bolts look pretty epic. I must say these are definitely epic looking. Yeah, just a nice panorama right there. Oh, I tabbed out by accident. My bad. But yeah, this is an epic what's it called? Super weapon. It literally just summons lightning bolts and disables the enemy base. Anywho, back to Predator's base getting demolished in the bottom. The storm does end, but the EMP will take a while to wear off. I think he accidentally EMP'd some of his own units from an EMP bomb. I'm not sure what happened there. His buildings are getting finished. Did look like Ifrit had a strike over here. Oh, he's on low power, that explains it. Okay. Yeah, he's barely got power, but... If he followed this up with the sneak attack from earlier with bomb trucks, I think he actually could have had a win condition with dozer hunting there, but I feel like that opportunity has passed at this point. Yeah, another Tomahawk Storm and another ICBM is ready, so... More and more weapon strikes, man. It's the super weapon general. When you let them have super weapons, they kind of just keep wailing at you like this. And it didn't go to the hole. I was gonna say it's gonna combo it with ICBM, but if he ICBMs this, it won't even finish the hole. If Pred had Jarman and sniped these heavy dozer drops, he could have had power. Yeah, I agree. If Pred had power, he actually could have done quite a lot more. I'm surprised he didn't build Jarman this game, actually. I don't think I actually saw Jarman build this game. Yeah, he just ICBMs this to bring it down to the hole anyways. You the best player of Contra 09. Oh, thank you, Chechen. I don't know if I am the best right now, but I'd definitely say I'm one of the best at the moment. Like, I'm definitely in top 2, that's for sure. Pathfinder does clean up a couple more terrorists. Vet 2 Pathfinder. That's pretty uncommon. Oh, another Vet 2 Pathfinder. Just as I said they were uncommon. Okay. I stand corrected. Yeah, more Centurions are being spammed out. He's spamming more ion plants to supplement power. Yeah, I think Pred kind of lost this when he missed the opportunity to potentially dozer hunt here as well. Like, that Ifrit in the base was very deadly because it also disabled power. If he had also had bomb trucks saved up from his last sneak attack maybe, then I think he actually had a potential win condition. But I think now it's definitely over because he's literally building power in his... Oh no, these are atlases. Okay, never mind. Yeah. It's definitely over because at this point it's just a matter of time until Kordaf overwhelms him with super weapons. And he needs to build units to defend his base, but not only can't he defend it, but that's just delaying him from getting further Ifrits. Kordaf won the last turn, but it's pretty damn close. Yeah, I think Kordaf won against me like 3-2 or something. I think in like the first 2 games I played pretty badly. And then I had like a sort of a mini comeback, but then the last game it was very dead close and he edged me out a little bit, I think with like a forward. this is it's a matter of time until Pred's dead essentially here. Uses another cluster mine, but to what avail? It's gonna kill a couple of these Centurions, but yeah, there's just so much to deal with at once right now. Particle is up again, so he's gonna probably use that on the CC truck or the. Okay, he'll just use it on the garrison for convenience at this point. Yeah, so his Centurions can move forward. He's moving it to the CC truck, but it won't kill. But okay, he moves it to the factory. Yeah, and he can just guard mode this and clean this up at that point. Here, another GP plane. It's demo traps this time. There's a bunch of tanks, but there's still more tanks coming in. He's waypointing. Another set of carpet bombs comes in, as well as an Aurora. I think he's focusing the CC truck or the factory. Yeah, I think he carpet bombed this corner, and I think that carpet bomb is gonna end him. He's gonna have this barracks left probably after. Yeah. Ah, he tomahawk storms the barracks even, just to get straight, get him away. Yeah. Did he barrack scaffold? Oh, there's still a factory. Okay. Yep, and these Auroras should end the game. GG. Yep, that's a nice game.
You have been defeated.
Oy, oy. That was a pretty nice game. That was a long game, so I'm just a little worried about the next games because I have a feeling they're gonna be pretty long as well. Because the next map's on Winding River, so that's one to quit off. Hard game. Yep. Alright, there we go. We are into the next game. Laser tank. Okay. Interesting. So, both these generals are pretty slow, and they're very tank heavy, unless you go laser Thors or Humvees. But, this could potentially be a longer or shorter game on this map, I imagine. I don't think this will be that long. Just because I feel like both of these players will just probably try and go for oil grabs and try and waypoint a bunch of units towards each other's bases. That's how I'm anticipating this, knowing these players specifically. So barracks opener, which is pretty, at this point I'd say it's pretty standard based off what I've seen today. Because you got the mini islands, so you can capture these oils. You have the 2 oils in your base. So there is a lot of incentive to get oils on this map. Or capture rather. tank hunters are being sent out. I think he's going for some garrisons, which is pretty smart. He's also getting a bunker in the middle, which is very smart actually, because that's gonna limit the movement of Kordaf quite a bit if he decides to go Humvees. Second supply is being built up right now. He delayed his second Chinook on his primary to get a couple more Rangers as well as his second supply, which is fair. I think he's expanding to a third. Oh no, no war factory yet. Eesh, this is very greedy. Okay, war factory's up now. Has a tank hunter here. I think what he's planning to do is he's just trying to rush all these bridges, put a bunker on all of them, and just limit Kordaf's movement as much as possible. And I think it kind of works a little bit in his favor here because Kordaf didn't go. Oh no, never mind. He did go spy drone, so he would have seen the three dozers, but he might not know about the bunkers yet. Because I don't think I see spy drones on these bridges. Yeah, I don't see any spy drones. So if he runs into one of these bunkers, even if he doesn't lose anything, it's just gonna delay time, and that's gonna give Pred more time to thrive off of this greedy triple supply. Kordaf does build a barracks in the small island to try and secure the oils, which is pretty smart. Did I update the score? I did update the score. Yes, I did. Okay. Do you think lasers should take veteran CGP or artillery? Probably artillery, because you can artillery these oils together and get 2 oils potentially. I think veterancy isn't that great. It's only good in like super heavy macro games, but I feel like this is a macro game where like a lot of the money is going to come from the supplies and tech buildings early on, not secondary economy. So you may as well just snipe those with the laser artillery. Saying that Kordaf's now on his 3rd supply. No second war factory just yet. Pred is about to finish second war factory. Oh, his he actually doesn't have the caps in it of oils in his base. That's a huge mistake actually. I don't know if I like that. I don't like the fact he went this 3rd supply before getting the oils. That's a bit premature. And also that Humvee micro was a bit atrocious from Kordaf. You definitely could have microed that a little better. Or at least dragged the army to the supplies and denied collection in the meantime. He didn't have to fight this, honestly. There's a laser crusader here just to camp out this area in case of a Gauss tank, which is smart. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Once the economy starts kicking in, players are just gonna start waypointing forward and slowly crawl to the other player's base. Saying that though, Kordaf basically has this bottom island secured as well as all the tech buildings, so he's gonna have a lot of money. He's building an airfield too, in preparation of Thor spamming, which I think is pretty smart, because tanks plus helicopters is a very deadly combo in general. He's gonna try and snipe the dozer, but he's gonna build barracks in time. This barracks is actually pretty important. He's getting the oils now, finally, but yeah, I don't think Pred's in a bad spot actually. I think Pred could actually try and snowball off of the fact he has higher unit count right now and just go for it. Like I think he should try and force something, because Kordaf has this island locked down, and once Kordaf, oh, he's on 3 war factories as well though, that's the issue. He's getting a second airfield, so once Pred starts losing steam, that's when Kordaf is just gonna suddenly steamroll him with a higher unit count, because he's on a timer to basically make something happen. bit of lag. But it seems to be a little better. A couple tanks are starting to attack. Yeah, these laser crusaders, they're hit scans, so they can instantly zap these tanks down, and yeah, just like that, instantaneously. There's a prop crawler as well, empty, no infantry unfortunately inside of it. Yeah, this is looking very, very bad for Pred because he's gonna have to deal with triple war factory spam, as well as double airfield spam. There's also plenty of microwaves to disable this bunker, so it's not even gonna be that much of an issue to siege. Saying that, the Crusaders are taking a beating from the RPG inside. And Pred's actually breaking through from the top as well. And yeah, these are slow factions, so it's just gonna be these like positional tank battles that are kind of dictating how the game goes. He's bringing a dozer forward. I would honestly get the dozer upgrade at this point, just because it would let you cross the water, which means it's way easier to set up a barracks as well as retreat, and also it gives you armor, which is quite nice. So you don't get 3-shot by laser crusaders, so it'll be more like a 7-shot, I think. Builds the barracks. Players do trade the repairs. And he's gonna start building tank hunters from this in a second. The Thor count is pretty high as well, so it's not like Kordaf has nothing behind this. I think what he's just waiting for is to lower the number of Gauss tanks by forcing Pred to build more tanks by building Crusaders to the point where he can just brute force with air only, which is quite smart. Especially because Pred doesn't have vision of these airfields, I think. First drop zone gets dropped as well. See here. Yep, and okay, so this is pretty. This is when Kordaf has to attack now, because he's revealed his Thors, so he's gotta make the most use of them now before there's just Gauss cannons spammed everywhere. He can probably brute force that, but it is upgraded with the shells, so it's gonna do way more damage. Loses a lot of Thors in the process, and Pred actually gets a lot of XP as well as rank 3 off of that. If I was Pred, I would use artillery on these bottom oils. I think those are going for the supply, and these laser Thors are going to finish off the oils, if I were to guess. Or he's going to retreat. He goes for tank drop. If that's level 2 tank drop, that could be good actually, because he is able to reinforce this army. Saying that though, this army is getting very terribly collapsed upon by this really good concave. So they were kind of streamlining the tanks one by one, so they kept getting bursted by the hit scan from the lasers. And yeah, the laser crusaders, all of them were firing at once, but like one tank was attacking at a time, so bit of a bad engagement from Pred. He used I think it was level 1 laser, and he used it just to kill the trucks, which is okay. Like it's decent. Personally, I would have gone for the oils just because the oils are kind of a big source of income, especially because you can't recover them until after 5 minutes when they respawn. Long range shell mode from the Battle Masters. Does a bit of chip. Bombardment is popped out as well. You're gonna see composite armor soon. Yep, he already has it. And I think in this situation, I would just keep spamming Laser Crusaders. I don't even think there's a need to switch the Paladins, honestly. Just because what you need is numbers, and Crusaders are more easily producible compared to Paladins. If he had a lot of Overlords, maybe sure we can swap the Paladins, but there's really not a reason to at this stage. He also has Burton soon, which is going to be very annoying for this tank blob if he has a way to destruct the Gauss tanks, because he can just remote charge it and just blow up a bunch of tanks with a C4. Another tank army pushing out from the top, forcing a reaction from Kordov. Doesn't really achieve much though. Pred is rank 4 now, so he has the opportunity to get rank 2 artillery strike. I really think it'd be a good idea to rank 2 artillery strike these oils, just because it is a lot of income. Has a couple tank hunters actually pushing out this bottom island, and if Pred can regain control of this island, then I think he has a chance in this. Because right now, Kordov, he's able to reproduce his army quickly because he has a lot of money. But if you take away the sources of income, most of it was the oils, then you can at least start matching his army. And tank with a lot of money is very scary, because mass producing overlords is very scary, especially if they all have sniper cannons, because they can just kind of easily snipe out units. And he actually went for the overlord veterancy, which I think is actually a good idea. And the reason that is because he needs something to soak up a lot of damage, so that way he can take these longer engagements, because these war masters, these battle masters are not going to cut it. He needs something that's durable, and these overlords are actually a good answer to them. So he actually went the vet GP as well, the Kordov. He went the vet 1 GP, not the vet 2 one though, which is pretty smart, considering it just buffs all your laser units, which is 90% of your faction anyways. Yeah, he's mass producing overlords right now. I think what he really needs is like some Earthshakers, just because Earthshakers are the perfect way to disrupt like tank formations, because not only do you scatter the units everywhere, so then they're way easier to pick off, but you also make them unselectable for the player. So that means they actually lose control and stop attacking for like half a second. Yeah, and as I pointed out, the sniper cannons are just gonna be good at chipping away at these larger numbers. And yeah, even if he charges here, unless it gets stuck for a really long period of time, these emperors can kind of just juke this out. But saying that, these vet lasers are actually doing a lot of damage. He needs to upgrade his repair from the prop center, and I think he actually lost the prop center to Burton. I missed that, I think. I do apologize. Yeah, he needs to upgrade his repair ASAP from the prop center, so that way he can heal most of the overlord's HP with level 2 repair at least. Level 2 repair is for like heavy tier 3 units, whereas what's it called? Level 3 repair is more for like super unit heal, as well as like large building heal like CC and super weapons, for example. Got a couple of J10s. Not sure what they're gonna do though, to be honest. J10s aren't really that threatening. I think he's gonna finish the reinforcement pad. It's a decent target, honestly. Like there's nothing wrong with it. He has a Lotus here as well, so he can actually capture the drop zones, and if he holds that island, that's pretty nice economy. See our first Annihilator coming out. That's gonna be a pain to deal with until Earthshakers come out, Got a couple Libras as well. Voice crack there, my bad. He's got a couple Libras to sort of slow siege. The Libras are pretty bad against heavy units. They're more suited towards lighter units as well as the bunkers and defenses and that sort of thing. And there we go, Earthshakers are coming out. So at this point, Pred really needs an Overlord HQ to reduce the cost of these Overlords, because he's spamming them like crazy. And he has to spam them against these large number of Crusaders. Yeah, Thor does burst down the Dragon Tank and clears up the rest of this expansion. Lost an oil in the process, but he still has one oil and a drop zone he saved, so that's pretty good. Saying that though, J10s are probably gonna clear up the drop zone, if I were to guess. Yep. Causes a firestorm. Might actually kill a power plant as well in the process, which would be neat. But it is non-black napalm firestorm, so it doesn't happen. I hear another laser barrage. Based off of where that's going, that's either on this army or on the supply. I think it's on the middle. Yeah, it's on the middle. Okay, never mind. I lied. Is it on this war factory or this army? It was on the army. Unfortunately, missed. Good map awareness from Pred. He might have satellite hack. Oh, he doesn't. Okay. Then it's just good game sense in general, I guess. Does have a couple overlords with the tank plates to resist the damage types from the Libras a little bit. J10s do clear up the Annihilator, which is quite handy. Burton is back again. There is one outpost, but it's in the far back, so depends if it gets depends if that outpost picks up the Burton or not, because Burton can C4 the Earthshaker and insta-kill it, but there are also cost tanks in the area. Burton does get detected, unfortunately. And he gets caught out by the Earthshaker a little bit. Yeah, this is where tanks starts thriving. When you have these slow siege battles where like you can just kind of pick your fights and dwindle out your opponent with Earthshaker. One of the issues Laser tends to have is that they don't really have a good artillery aside from Annihilator, which is defense. So it's not exactly the most reliable form of artillery. And yeah, this is smart that he's limiting the Annihilators from being present, because by doing this, he's actually making sure that he can kind of kite and weave this Laser Crusader army. So yeah, these Earthshakers are slow sieging a little bit. They're firing at the infantry for now, but if Kordaf tries to engage, he will get absolutely smashed by the Earthshakers, just scattering his units. Couple Stinger drones over here, probably in case of another J10 strike on top. Crusader does pick up a Battlemaster. Oh, that's a good shell. That's a really good shell. This is gonna hurt quite a bit, actually. He does have composite armor, so it's not nearly as bad, but yeah, it just starts ripping through the shells once you have two or more. Yeah, these tanks just do not stand a chance. This is when he really needs to start mixing in Paladins, because Paladins don't die nearly as quick as Crusaders. Crusaders are good, but they have very low health pools compared to these tier 3 units. Yeah, this Laser Avenger is gonna go down here. The pilot does get blasted to oblivion. He actually has Spawn War Factory as his last GP, and there's the Emperor drop. Oh, I think Pred might actually do this. Oh, well, he really needs some Manticore right now from this War Factory. He's either producing Guan Yu directly from this, or he's producing anti-air, I feel. Because there is a huge Laser Thor army with carbon laser as well, so these doors are very threatening if they actually deal with all of these Gauss tanks. They are upgraded Gauss tanks though, so they are very dangerous against this door army. Yeah, it is just a bunch of overlords. He's gonna start bursting his head. They just melt instantly. But oh my god, there's way too many Gauss tanks. I don't know what's actually gonna happen here. He's losing a lot of Gauss tanks. But he's losing a lot of overlords, but he's losing a lot of Gauss tanks, or a lot of laser Thors as well. And yeah, he lost half his army there and killed 2 overlords, but he still has the forward war factory. And I'm pretty sure at this point what Pred just wants to do is save up to buy a Guan Yu. I think what Kordaf is doing right now is he's looking for any pickoff he can get that doesn't have anti-air, so he can get rank 5 and hopefully fight this off with a fuel air bomb and a Omega Cannon. Annihilator shot from the side does help out quite a bit since it is on the Omega mode, which is long range mode. Yeah, these laser Thors are just gonna clean up this entire part of the map probably. But there are a few Gauss tanks coming in for the rescue. There's the Guan Yu. So I thought it was gonna come from this war factory, but he just produced it from base. Yeah, he's getting the Guan Yu. He needs an overlord like HQ right now, because if he builds nuclear tank engines, this army becomes 10 times more deadly, because he can't even be collapsed upon by speed. He just outspeeds the paladins at that point. Annihilator does get taken out again. Yeah, it's looking more and more like in favor of Pred, but saying that, the laser Thors are just cleaning up the sides of the base. The prop center is actually on low power too, so he can't even like get upgrades like autoloaders or the armor upgrade for his Gauss tanks. Yeah, there are the paladins now, but yeah, there's still 2 Earthshakers, man. These 2 Earthshakers are essentially what's holding Kordaf back from ever engaging. He does use the microwave beam, but the microwave beam does not do damage. It's mainly a disable and light vehicle like killer, but yeah, the microwave beam barely does anything in this situation. And that was honestly a total waste. I would have just used that on these 2 internet centers, if anything. Yeah, that was a massive blunder, and I think he used a fuel air bomb. Okay, he used it on the back, but I think he only... Yeah, Kordaf is kind of throwing away his lead, honestly. It's a bit of a massive blunder there from Kordaf. He used both of his rank 5 TPs, one being 8 minutes, the other being 7 minutes. He's building his particle cannon now, but it's so forward, and this is such a risky position considering he has Earthshakers. Does have power back on the prop center. He needs to build an Overlord HQ, or a nuke silo at least. He needs to get one of those so he can at least start getting upgrades. Because these Overlord need to be upgraded to the next level. Same with his Guan Yu. Because once he does that, then there really is no hope for Kordaf. But saying that he has an Omega Cannon now, so he can at least kite this tank army. But how long can you kite? Oh, okay, that's a pretty good strike, but it did land mostly on the plated Overlord, so it actually didn't do that much damage. Also, it does look like he has repair level 2 now at least, because that repair did a lot more healing to an Overlord than level 1 would at least. They are starved out of cash. He has Auroras as well, but Auroras aren't that great as laser. Especially because the AoE is pretty small. If you can get the Auroras in to actually kill an Earthshaker, that would be good, but there isn't really much purpose to it. Nice flank attack actually from Kordaf. He's actually gonna take out the prop center because of this. That's a pretty big blow for Predator because that's gonna stop the production of Overlords for quite a bit of time. Saying that though, he is gonna have to deal with this Earthshaker army. Particle Cannon is up now, so 4 minutes on the timer, building another Annihilator to try and sort of prep up a defense against this terrifying Overlord army. The Crusader does run away with the Microwave tank. How many internet centers is he on? He's actually on 4 internet centers only, which is not that much, but he also has 2 oils, which helps. He's finally building his nuke silo, so he should be on his way to nuclear tank shells and tank engines soon. The Mega Cannon does poke its head. It's gonna get hit by 2 of these direct hits, which is kind of annoying. Typically, whenever you have a situation with a super unit, you want to avoid taking as much unnecessary damage as possible, because if you get collapsed upon like this, then you're kind of in a precarious spot where you kind of get less opportunity to do these direct engagements, and you kind of have to play super defensive, and or even just retreat back to War Factory to repair. Auroras are coming out right now, but they are overkilling quite a bit on the Gats. He could have used those 2 Auroras on the Gats for the back Earthshaker and killed the rest of them, but yeah, he still has an Earthshaker, and that's just gonna be a bit of a nuisance to deal with. I think that's a magnetic bomb, but I'm not too sure. It is a magnetic bomb, but he missed the mark by quite a mile, and yeah, he has room to retreat to his Annihilator, so that's very unfortunate, honestly. That's a very aggressive War Factory spawned in by Predator. I'm not sure what he's gonna do with that. Maybe he's gonna build a couple of dragons to try and burst as many drop zones before Kordaf notices. It does help that the lime and orange kind of blend a little bit. Like, I don't know how, but for some reason blends a little bit to me. Maybe I'm colorblind, who knows? But yeah, there is another J10 strike on this Annihilator. Loses a couple of J10s, but I think it's worth it considering he's paving the pathway for his overlords to potentially push in. Nothing built from this War Factory yet. Has Pred forgot about this War Factory? It'd be a bit of a sort of blunder to miss that, honestly. More Aurora strikes come by. I think he sniped one of the Auroras with the Guan Yu, but severely damages the heroic Overlord. These Paladins, they haven't actually got the chance to fight is the thing, but they are doing their job at least of tanking, but oh no, this is not a good fight for Paladins. Yeah, he's making the right move back anyway, because this is a very scary Overlord army. Oh, please don't engage this. He is using the Omega Cannon to focus on the first War Factory. The War Factory in the back gets noticed and focused by laser doors. Yeah, the Guan Yu's gonna have a field day if it gets close to this. And the last thing you want to do is give Guan Yu veterancy, because once this thing gets like Vet 3, it becomes so incredibly tanky to kill. Valve drones are distracting a little bit. Oh, he is using the laser doors. With the Auroras, I think this will actually kill it with the combo. Yeah, it'll actually kill it. So good focus fire on the Guan Yu. There's just only one Gauss tank, and I think he can actually push back on this just by virtue of no anti-air, or the lack of, rather. Now there is Gauss tanks, but the damage has been done, and this Omega Cannon is on the chase, but now it's on the running. It's just hit and running, kite and weave. But yeah, I think Predator kind of lost his edge there. He had the tank numbers and this very scary army with the Guan Yu, but he kind of lost it after just the super heavy focus fire with the Auroras and the Thors. And I think he's going for the nuke missile with his Auroras and the particle cannon. Yeah, that's actually a very smart move as well, and the reason he's doing that is he's preventing the nuclear strike from Pred, so he's keeping Pred on the back foot, unable to actually respond to Kordaf's eco spam. And suddenly this went from like what looked like Kordaf losing to actually Kordaf, I think, deciding the game off of that move against the Guan Yu. Yeah, there's a tank drop on the Omega Cannon. There is a laser bombardment on the middle, I think. Oh, that's gonna hit the Earthshaker potentially. It is level 1 only though, so it doesn't do nearly as much. He uses level 3 drop and Emperor drop on the Omega Cannon. He will get it, but at what cost, honestly? There's just so many laser doors to deal with at this point, and I don't know how Pred is gonna catch up to this. He has the Guan Yu back. There is gonna be a fuel air bomb relatively soon, I imagine. And microwave beam will probably be used next time either on the oils or the hackers. So yeah, I'm not sure what Pred can really do because he kind of lost. He has his army rebuilt, but it kind of feels like a hopeless situation just because Kordov has so much money he can spend right now that he doesn't really have a way to sort of lock down Kordov immediately because all his production is spread too. He has 2 war factors here. He had an airfield here. He has his airfield here with his Auroras. He has another war factor here. He's building another airfield. So it's not like he can just lock down one spot and that's it, GG. No, like Kordov's spread all over his island. Meanwhile, Pred is very concentrated in his island, like sort of all his eggs in one basket type of deal. So yeah, he's using a fuel air bomb here. I don't think it's gonna do that much damage. I spoke too soon. The damages the Overlord slightly, but kills one straight up, and the Crusaders are going in. They're just gonna get absolutely slaughtered by this army. Uses another microwave beam, but the microwave beam really does not do much against tanks. It will melt the Lotus very quickly though. He has to retreat that out very quickly. Yeah, he uses repair on the Lotus to regain its HP. I feel like that might have been a bit unnecessary because he probably wants to save that for Guan Yu, but if he's not planning to engage anytime soon, then it makes sense. Mega Cannon is out once again. No Overlord HQ? Yeah, I got very confused by the lack of Overlord HQ too. How Overlord armor play works. Armor reduction against everything. It's not against everything. It's against certain damage types. Like it reduces damage against tank shells, missiles, rockets. I think there's one more thing, though I don't remember at the top of my head. But the main 3 things I remember is it blocks. It makes missiles, RPGs, and missile rockets and tank shells do way less damage. So like this actually becomes super tanky with the Emperor plates. The Omega Cannon's a little caught out of position right now. He is gonna have to backpedal a little bit. It is gonna get firestormed on, so it's gonna take quite a beating, but it is dealing a lot of damage to the Gats, and if we remembered anything from the last engagement, these laser throws were kind of the deciding factor against this massive scary army. The combination of the laser throwers and these 4 Auroras. What's also really annoying about these Auroras is that they will constantly stun lock the super weapons, so it's essentially impossible for Pred to get a nuke silo up without having it bombarded by Auroras. Another particle cannon is up. Focuses down the Overlords. I would have focused down the Guan Yu mainly, but I don't know. I think killing the Guan Yu is the main important thing, because the Overlords aren't actually a threat damage-wise. It's more that the Guan Yu itself does all the damage, while the Overlords are basically a buffer. Saying that though, the Omega Cannon does finish off the Overlord, and here comes the laser force once again. And all I see are 2 Gauss tanks in Predator's base, and I have a very strong feeling that Pred does not have a good answer to this, like, right here and now. I think he also has repair available on laser too, so I think he could just straight up force. Yep, one is a Earthshaker, the other is a Ghost Tank and not a Manticore. He uses the repair, cleans up the Ghost Tank, and I'm pretty sure this is just game over from the fact there's no anti-air. Yeah, and Red calls it GG. Damn, that was a pretty
You
that was
have
a
been
pretty
defeated.
intense late game to say the least. That wasn't even it was like a high eco situation, but that honestly could have swung either way if Pred was able to attack sooner. That should be 2-0 for Kordaf currently. I also was told apparently that the music is a bit too loud, so I have reduced it a little bit. And this is a nice third game matchup. Nuke versus Assault. If this was 07, this would be a instant rematch because in back in 07, Nuke actually didn't have RPGs available outside of War Factory. So Demolisher Rush was an instant game over actually back then because they had Nuke Tank Hunters as their only RPG, which was a War Factory prerequisite. History aside, though, Pred is going to be playing as the Assault, and Kordaf is going to be playing as the Nuke. On this map, I think Assault is slightly favored here because it's pretty easy to go for an oil cap with Demolisher as like your opener. Just because Nuke, the oils are really spread apart, and Nuke doesn't really want to insta lose the game by not having RPGs in their base. So what I'm expecting is Kordaf is probably gonna play a little bit defensive. I think he's gonna probably get a delayed capture, if anything, and he'll just spam rifle infantry. But saying that though, there's no Demolisher yet from Pred, which is a little surprising. I would have expected a Demolisher by now, and he's getting the flank supply instead of the front supply. I definitely think the front supply is a better choice, honestly, to go for than the flank early on, just because it's closer to your main base, so there really isn't a reason not to go for it, so honestly. It's just, you put yourself more at risk by having your supplies so far out from your production. And he goes for a truck rush as the counter instead of red guard spamming early on, which is pretty smart. Yeah, he actually went for a triple supply too, so he's planning to deny these the rebel caps with a truck rush, but doesn't look like he gets the one on top because it goes in the garrison in time. Rebel is starting to cap, but there's a grass hut right next to him, so I don't think he needs to even. Yeah, he doesn't even need to go into the grass hut. He just caps it, and now he goes into the grass hut and might gun the truck a little bit. Rebel leaves the outpost and starts to go for the capture. RPG bike chases down the truck, trying to crush the workers. Good pickup from Pred. Gonna expect a radiator probably coming out any second from Kordaf to try and clear up this area. Oh, it goes for a battle master first. Actually, that's actually a little bit surprising, because there are RPG bikes already out at the moment. So I would have at least expected him to go for an irradiator to try and clear this top area up. Saying that though, Kordaf is trying to expand to the bottom, but he could lose his barracks scaffold here if he's not paying attention, but unfortunately Pred isn't really attacking it. He definitely could have killed this barracks scaffold if he started attacking it, like immediately. Tunnel is going to get gunned down here probably, but Kordaf is on a triple supply, while Pred is on 2 supply, 2 oil. He's getting his third now. Oh, but he lost all his workers in the main base. Yeah, it looks like he lost it to a Battlemaster that crushed with and also left radiation. No isotope just yet from Kordaf. Worker is being sneaked through the bottom right corner. Mines unfortunately deny the bikes. This oil is gonna start getting gunned down very soon. See a demo trap being laid. Interesting. Doesn't finish the oil for some reason. Okay, now he goes back to finish the oil. Scorp rockets is up as well. Any sign of isotope? No, no signs. He is ramming his Scorps carelessly into the blob, sneaking a dozer through the top. I think he's gonna build a barracks probably, if I were to guess. To try and spam out some tank hunters and red guard. There is a tunnel at the very bottom, but the Scorpion will be greeted by some tank hunters. Tunnel does get cleared up over here. There was a rule in old 07, no one can rush nuke. I thought they just banned the matchup straight up in some tournaments, from my understanding. At least the ones that I used to see in the cyber battle. There is a very scary blob of tank hunt or battlemasters with horde bonus, 5 to be specific. There is no second war factory yet. Meanwhile, Kordaf is on 2 war factories, and he's actually there is a worker demo trapping around the supply to try and kill it off, which is very cute to say the least. He needs, I think, 3. Yeah, oh, he actually only needs 2. Okay, never mind. Wow, the demo traps are actually really strong. Huh. I was expecting him to need 3 because it's not a demo trap, but yeah, demo trap does pick off another unit, but Pred's war factory is collapsed, and when you're in the situation against Nuke, it is most certainly GG because you simply cannot build from your war factories. And when you're in that spot, then you can't build units, and without units you can't win the game. And yeah, Pred calls it GG's. A very fast game to what was a very long set. And yeah, Kordaf proceeds to the next round with a 3-0 victory. Oop, I screwed up the text a little bit there. There we go. Yeah, that was a very long set. To be honest, I was expecting to only stream for 3 hours, but we haven't even gotten to the semifinals yet, and it's 9 o'clock at my time, and I actually have a flight tomorrow as well. That like my flight is around I think 1 p.m. tomorrow, so I have to make sure that I wake up early enough so I don't miss my flight. So I'm just wondering who's actually left, because I gotta check the score itself, see what's going on. Looks like Slikey's stream is unfortunately offline at the moment, though he does seem to be around for his games. Like he's in Jerome. Let me ping them both on Discord. Let me see if Likey's is around. Just need to find a D somewhere that I can steal. There we go. I'm also wondering where Farfane is, because I think Farfane is supposed to be playing Baltica, but I haven't seen him today. Oh, Jerome is here. Now we're just waiting on Likey's. I'm not sure if his connection completely died out or if it's just a stream. Hopefully it's just whatchamacallit, stream only, because his opponent is around right now. Hopefully he should be around soon. Let me just pull up the games for Firelord versus what should I call it? Droned in the meantime and post them on the thread while we wait. Firelord, there we go. Okay. To find a random D on this post option. Oh yes, I will take the D from Predator. Thank you very much. Firelord versus Drone. Oh, I need a capital D, damn it. Whatever. Let me just use lowercase for now. Versus Droned. 3. There we go. Oh, you Pain played with Far yesterday without stream. Okay, fair enough. Wait, so in that case, actually, let me see something. Yeah, Pain could actually play with Cordaf right now if Lyques isn't around. Yeah, we could do that actually. Are you down to play right now, Pain? Since Lyques isn't here. Not sure where Lyques is. I messaged him on Discord. I can like wait a little bit, but I'd rather try and get as many stream games going today and at least leave maybe only one semifinal if it goes to a day 3. But yeah, like, the more games we finish today, the better. Let me also hide the text for now since we don't know who's playing just yet. Yeah, yeah. Try and join the game right now if you can, Pain. So that way we can at least finish we can at least finish one of the semifinals today, and then if it comes down to a third day, we at least only have one one semifinal and one final, and potentially Jundi can cast that one, or Johnny, depending on if they're available. Because tomorrow I'm gonna be on a flight, so it's very likely I won't be around to stream it for the grand final and stuff. But I'll if I can get as many games done today to cast, then that would be good. The other option is potentially just leaving it to like a technical loss, but I don't know if I want to necessarily do a technical loss just yet because he might be around, but his internet might just be very jank. We'll just do Painkiller versus Cordaf for now. So let me put up the whatchamacallit thing. Where is Painkiller's name on the thread? There it is. I'll give him 5 or 10 minutes. If he takes 10 minutes, I'll just DQ and let Jerome move on to the finals probably. Just because it's probably better if we do get this done today. Because I'd rather not the tournament drag on for too long. I'll give him like 5 minutes to at least join in. If he doesn't join in, you guys can play. If he doesn't respond to me in like 10 minutes, then I'll just put a technical loss and drum moves on to the finals. Let me look at the map pool as well to see what that looks like. So map pool for the semifinals is Nova Beach, Danger Close, and Final Crusade 2. All of these maps, except for Nova Beach, are very aggressive maps. So that's gonna be very interesting to see. Um, Let me set up the map. The first map is Nova Beach specifically. Wait. This is the worst part about not being able to type properly. I'm like trying to fix my keys by button mashing, but yeah. I'll just start it anyways. Anywho. Oh, tank inf. Okay, this is a dicey matchup. Okay. So we have Kordov as the China tank on the bottom with lime, his signature color. And we have Painkiller as the red infantry on the top. This matchup is very snowbally because tanks get melted by troop crawlers with infantry, but at the same time, troop crawlers get melted by tank shells. So a lot of it comes down to micring your tank hunters to attack the tanks, while also making sure you have things like Gauss tanks as well as Dragon tanks in check. So I have a feeling in this game, Painkiller is gonna go for a pretty standard capture with like a tank hunter forward to deny potential truck rush, which is smart. We have a War Factory out from Kordov. Is it gonna go double? Oh, it's gonna go barracks as well. Okay, that's interesting. Not sure if I actually agree with the barracks, to be honest. I think he's getting the barracks because he's worried about a bunker rush, which is definitely a possibility. Inf is the strongest bunker rush in the game, and an Inf bunker rush is almost always a game ender, usually. He is sending a truck forward. He has to be careful about this truck. He needs to pay attention and either TNT it or and move his red guard away ASAP, or focus it down immediately and really juke it out. There is a truck over here as well. It does quite a bit of damage to that. He doesn't TNT it. That's a big mistake. He might be able to get this to critical health. He doesn't even get it to critical health. That's bad. He's gonna deny this cap too. Yeah, this was a massive blunder thus far, honestly. He could have TNT'd this, and he could have at least potentially saved his minigunner there, but yeah, he went for a cap and he lost all three caps right there. He does kill this truck, but there's gonna be a dragon to greet it. I would have honestly built a hacker at this point with a AT crawler and just start hunting down dragons that Kordov would send out, because Kordov is immediately gonna start force firing these oils no matter what. He's building a forward barracks in front of a fortified bunker. That's a bit of an ambitious move. AT crawler is finally out, but no hacker or ECM trooper to disable, so this dragon It's just gonna run away from the AT crawler even when it catches up to it. There is a fast dragon tank on the left side, but it's not really achieving much. Kordaf does have a capture upgrade now, so he's going for his cap on his own oil. Where's the dragon? The dragon is chasing the dozer and it's eventually gonna kill it. This AT crawler is getting filled up with a lot of infantry. He's moving preemptively towards the supply because he's expecting the dragon. Good move. Yeah, Kodef is gonna get the first oil before Painkiller even got an oil, and Painkiller literally went for an oil rush. It still hasn't paid off yet. The thing that's helping Painkiller at least is that Kordov expected a bunker rush from him, so he built a barracks instead of a second war factory, just in case of potential bunker rushes. This AT crawler getting away is pretty important because in these sort of matchups where a lot of it comes down to micro battles, you really need to preserve every single unit you have no matter what. And yeah, he needs to send this to repair. This crawler has some RPGs. I think this is the one with 2 RPGs and a minigunner. He is getting some pretty nice snipes, so good job thus far. He should evac and send this into this healthy crawler. Good move on his part. He needs to recapture. He needs to take control of this oil at least. He has 1 oil now, but that's a very large army, and he's running straight into Battle Masters. Oh yeah. This is gonna be painful. Yeah, he's sieging the barracks on the right hand side, which is a nice consolation prize, but I don't think it's gonna be that effective when there is a huge army of battle masters coming through the middle right now. It's 4 battle masters, a dragon, and 2 gas tanks. Though they are going single file, so he might get a freebie on the dragon tank. AT crawler is sneaking in. This is the one with RPGs, so does kill a dozer. He might even get a couple trucks if he evacs. And this is a terrible concave for the tanks over here. They're just all stuck against this mountain, and yeah, he lost 1 crawler, but he got a really good trade there considering how big of an army Kordaf massed there. So I think Kordaf was in a good position, but he kind of threw it away by just kind of driving towards this cliff. You never want to drive around cliffs in 0 hour because they will always screw your pathfinding over. So it's just better to drive in a straight line like this. Kordaf does have the third supply now on the right hand side. He has the refinery and he's probably planning to capture the hill oil over there. Kordaf somehow actually captured Painkiller's oil there, which is very surprising. I don't know how he did that, but yeah, he snuck a cap there. He evacs a couple tank hunters, but the dragon tanks are about to focus the tank hunters in. The tank hunters are alive. Okay. The gas tank is critically low, but there is still a dragon tank. He's ramming it right into the AT crawlers, so even on death, it's gonna explode and burn a couple infantry. Yeah, this is a pretty bad engagement, all things considered, for Painkiller. He needed to focus on kiting that engagement. He can't be taking brute force fights against tank of all generals. Built 2 bunkers and he's building a barracks for more security, just to wall off with mines and fortify with RPGs. He's trying to recapture this oil, but I seriously doubt he's gonna keep that oil anytime soon. He's sending a dozer forward, but there is a critical dragon tank chasing it down. He might take the oil, but it's gonna get bursted down instantly, if I'm being quite frank. I say that soon, but he is actually fighting off these AT crawlers. He does have a hacker in one of these crawlers, and this hacker crawler is actually very important. He shouldn't be putting that in the front line, because that hacker is very expensive and it's gonna be very important. Oh yeah, he loses the hacker crawler, and that's a really bad loss there. Such a lags. Yeah, I can imagine it's kind of laggy. It is 26 ping right now, so I do understand his frustration. Impossible to evacs in time. GG. And Painkiller just calls it there.
You have been defeated.
Yeah, I do agree it is quite a bit laggy. I think I do partially blame it on my internet not handling both stream and online play, but if it comes down to it, I don't mind casting the replays right after and doing FFGs in the meantime. It really does depend. Hmm. Oh wait, the map now is danger close, I believe. Could do. Just see what he says. If he doesn't want to play the lag, I don't mind casting the replays, but yeah, it's either or for me personally. Oh yeah, yeah, GLHF. Oh my god, this is actually very good matchup for Painkiller though. So hates the map, but I think he got a really lucky matchup actually getting super weapon. This is a very, very small map for reference. Like, it's one screen scroll until you see the other enemy's base on this map. We are on Danger Close, made by Adrian Death Scythe. Painkiller's playing the Super Weapon General, while Cordaf is playing the Flame General. And Super Weapon on small maps is very much so a nice matchup, just because your distance to turret rush is very small. At the same time, however, it is so obvious that a turret rush will come by that it's almost imperative to get tank hunters like naturally on this map. And tank hunters aren't even like half bad of an idea, considering there isn't even that much distance to travel. Painkiller is going for 2 rangers forward, 1 ranger in the back for the oil cap, probably to help defend against the tank hunters. The only issue though is that there is a lot of infantry that is coming out of this barracks, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna go with a 1 supply bunker build potentially. These rangers are risk of getting crushed by the dozer. This dozer is definitely getting intercepted by the tank hunters. Good split on the rangers, so that way the dozer can't crush both of them simultaneously. Good igniting on the ranger over there. There's a bunker coming out, but the infantry are pretty far away, so it'll take quite a bit of time until that bunker gets loaded, so he can actually intercept the infantry at least. Saying that, there is a dozer on the left flank of Kordov's base, and also on the right flank. He did go for the capture. Painkiller is finishing his capture as well, and he's actually going to be able to crush this flamethrower. That's actually a really important crush if he crushes it in time. He's got to focus it down. Oh no, he missed it. Oh, that's such a massive blunder, actually. Yeah, he could have delayed the cap by a lot by doing that, but now, like, he would have been on 1 supply too. Kordev has a dozer position here. I'm pretty sure he's gonna build a barracks or a bunker to get ready to block this Patriot as well. He's just waiting for it in case he needs to. Patriot does focus down the bunker, but there is a dragon tank going straight for the oil. Ah, Cordaf went very greedy there, but at the same time, so did Painkiller. He doesn't have power yet. He's only building his power plant now. Oh, that's such an unfortunate power downage, honestly. If he had the power available, he actually probably could have threatened this supply out completely. Yeah, and it too little too late with the power. This EMP could have actually done so much more, but alas, he also kills the oil behind this, so now Painkiller's on one supply only. Yeah, this is not looking like a good start, and there's also Vortex tanks out. Surprisingly, no Veterancy upgrade, or Veterancy GP. He's running straight into these Vortex tanks, and I think that's an MTV. Oh no! Oh yeah, this is not looking good. There is a loaded V in the bottom though. There is a tank hunter in that grass set. Another V does go down, and I think he's actually just gonna straight up get away with this game off the fact that he still has an oil, but Painkiller doesn't. Oh, he actually has a ranger inside of this V. He plans to try and cap it, which is actually kind of a smart idea. But saying that, there is a war factory next to the oil, so it is a bit ambitious to go for that, honestly. Second supply is collecting now, but yeah, this was just a matter of money, and
You have been
Painkiller got
defeated.
starved to death from money very early on, while Corduf kind of transitioned to two supplies. Well played on both parts though. Now the map should be Final Crusade 2. An edit of Final Crusade, the original. I just need to check that the what's it called? This is a best of 7 or best of 5, I believe. I'll also update the score in the meantime. I forgot to update it from last round. Alright, so on Final Crusade 2, we got Cyber versus Stealth. I don't have a particular preference for either one of these. I think both of these could do really good. Oh, look at the nice horse. Very nice horse breeds. You got a nice white color horse. You got a nice brown color horse over here. Some beautiful scenery. Very nice animal wildlife. Anywho, back to the game. Got an arms dealer over here. Barracks from Kordaf. I think on this map you definitely want to go for your oils simply because you have 3 on each side. What typically tends to happen is that either this point or this point becomes the fighting ground, because a lot of this map boils down to whether you can essentially secure your oils while denying your enemy his oils. So we might even see a cyber dog come out, though so far it's just cyborg spam mainly. There's a dozer going to the top oil, which is probably going for some crushes as well as planning to set up a spider mine even on the oil to force fire it to death. That is a possibility. What Kordaf could also do is he could actually get flashbangs very early on to try and guarantee the win against these warriors, which wouldn't be a bad idea. But yeah, now we do see the cyber dozer driving along to the stealth worker, or the stealth warrior. He has retaliation on, so it auto attacked as well. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, he's gonna crush the warrior. I think he's gonna go for his caps in a second too. Yeah. He is on one supply currently. And I think he is saving up for an upgrade. The bullet upgrade. No, he did spend it on droids. Fortunately, he does put his workers back into the supply stash, but he is building an MG turret. Builds a worker bike first. This is a loaded technical, so... Oh, he kills warriors too. Oh, I think he force fired on the stealth spots. Oh, yeah, this is This is looking very dire, actually. So, oh, he's sending a track hound, but fortunately no flashbang, so no AoE splash on the workers. He's gonna let Kordaf take one out of the oils. Ay, ay, ay. This is really bad, actually. This is a really bad situation for Painkiller to be in. Especially because there's also these track hounds that keep running into the base. He finally has one oil at least, but Kordaf essentially stole 1,000 from him for free by stealing a cap. Good evac from the RPG, killing off that track hound. Sending a couple cyborgs just to try and clean up the workers, but it was a worker bike, but he does get into the minimum range, so he does actually kill it simply because of min range. He's now on a second supply and he's planning to get to second war factory. Another track hound is built. He does have the bullet upgrade, so his droids are gonna hit a lot harder now compared to just attacking like passively. Normally what tends to happen is a lot of people will go for the tow missile upgrade immediately to play a hit and run style, but what the bullet upgrade lets you do is you can actually kind of take sustained long engagements against tanks, which helps especially against these Scorpion 2s. Painkiller is focusing down these oils, which is a good idea. I do think it is a very important objective to try and at least deal with the oils somehow. No flashbangs still, so it's not impossible to zone out these droids, but he is capturing the same oil he is weakening. I would have captured the full health oil, but yeah, this oil cap is a bit ambitious. He might get it. Actually, no, he's definitely not getting it now because the droids have collapsed on him. And now he has a missile cyborg inside of this cottage. He's building an AT turret on his supply. So he is planning to try and bunker down there a little bit and kind of re-establish his control. His second arms got delayed, which is extremely important because that's completely limiting the amount of production he could have. If he had double this number and had 6 Scorps, this would be way more threatening, but Kordaf could honestly take this engagement and just win the game off of this, but we don't. He doesn't know that because he's watching the game. He's playing the game and he might be thinking about other stuff that he's microing in the meantime. Staying in engagement with the Scorpion 2. Scorpion 2 does hit very hard and does essentially leave it to a 2-shot. But they do have a long reload. And there just are way too many droids to deal with. And I think Painkiller just says GG, yeah. That means Kordaf proceeds to the finals. Yeah, so it looks like the finals will happen between Kordaf and probably Drummed, because like he still hasn't responded, so I'm probably gonna issue like a technical loss. Plus I think he's busy in the next couple days anyways, so I don't think he can reschedule per se. Okay, in that case, yeah, well, oh yeah, he did say he had to go to an Easter party, I think, earlier. So yeah, he actually can't play this. So that's Painkiller versus Kordaf, 3-0 sweep. And I think this is gonna be Kordaf against Drummed. So let me just pull out Drummed's name from game replays randomly. So I have a way to type the letter D. Let me just check with Kordaf. it's gonna be Jerome versus Kordaf. I just need to check that Kordaf is still here. I think he is, because I do see Jerome in lobby as well. Hello, Asur and Majid. Good to see you guys here. We'll just say BO9 and yeah. Okay, so let me just recap what's going on. So I'll explain the tournament history a little bit before we get into the final for those who are just joining in. So let me open up my browser. Whoopsie. Okay, awesome. So we have over here. This isn't updated on challenge yet, but I'll explain what happened. So I got a technical loss because I wasn't around to play yesterday due to urgent situation. So Farfane proceeded to play Painkiller. Painkiller beat Farfane and ended up in semifinals. He beat Eros before. Kordaf didn't play Lucifer because Lucifer wasn't around. He proceeded to play Predator. He 3-0'd him. Predator played against Roll. He 3-0'd him. Though I heard there were some pretty good games there overall. Like Kez beat Dopa. Like Kez proceeded to play against Roga. Jerome didn't have to play Smile because Smile wasn't around. Firelord beat Castro 3-1. Firelord then played Jerome in a very long set, and he got 3-0'd by Jerome. Jerome is winning against Lykeys technically because Lykeys isn't around because he has to go. So he advances to the finals, and we just saw Painkiller versus Kordaf, and Kordaf beat Painkiller 3-0. So it's going to be a final between Kordaf versus Jerome, and it's going to be a best of 9. So if I swap back to my thing, let me check the map pool as well. So we have the following maps. We have Embattled Land, Natural Threats, and Evergreen Lagoon. So let's do this. Let's have some fun casting this final. Alright, let's see here. Now we got a very interesting first matchup. We got Stealth versus Super Weapon. The reason I say it's interesting is because Stealth is very good at playing late game, but so is Super Weapon. And this is also a pretty open map as well, so it's not necessarily the case that it might even go late game, honestly. There's 2 oils in the middle, and some supplies on the side, and you have these really long flanks that you can kind of abuse with either sneaking or a dozer or a worker through. So it really depends on what happens around these oils, I'd say. The advantage Kordaf has in this situation is that he has a dozer that can crush these warriors, but at the same time, Jerome is building terrorists preemptively. He's building 2 terrorists per oil, which is pretty smart. But there is going to be a lot of rangers that are probably going to come out of this, and I'm expecting a 1 supply build order from Kordaf. Which means he is going to have probably 6 rangers, 3 on each oil. Yeah. Barely on any cash left. He is on 1 Chinook, so... Oh, that's actually really big. That's a really big kill. He lost the dozer there. So that means no crushes there. Oh, the terrorist kills 2 infantry. Oh, that's big. Oh my god, that's actually huge. Because now this warrior can 1v1 the ranger. Oh, that's really bad actually. Okay. This warrior can at least force Kordaf to at least play cautiously on the left side, but Yeah, Jerome might actually secure one of these oils against this very aggressive lead, which is pretty important. I see four terrors coming out. I think he's gonna tech terror the supply actually, with two technicals based off of what he's doing right now. Although you can only fit three in a technical in Contra, so I'm not sure why he bought the fourth. But yeah, this Kordaf still doesn't have a an oil, and he's getting his second supply now, but he's pretty broke right now. He actually has a demo bike as well to act as the fourth terrorist needed to kill, but he's running straight into the Humvee. This is a bit of a blunder move, though. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's a bit of a blunder. Yep, sorry I had a bit of a background noise there for a second. Anywho, so we're back to this game. I wasn't paying too much attention as to what was going on, but I do see that Kordaf is now stabilizing on two supplies. Oh, that camoneted quad sight actually came in very clutch there. This Humvee is filled with RPGs, so could potentially be a threat. Beacon on the camoneted quad sight. There's a lot of RPGs though, so he's got to be careful about that. This oil is still uncapped, so if Jerome is able to try and cap that, he can probably get a pretty good eco lead, but he's still kind of behind, economically speaking. And I say behind because US collects generally better than GLA, especially because his worker distribution is kind of atrocious. He has 6 here, which is okay, but he's got 4 here, so it's kind of inefficient. He's building his airfield up, probably so he can start preparing for Tomahawk Storm, I imagine. Or even get stealth fighters. Stealth fighters are pretty good against these quad sites. Two of them will bring it down to the hole. There's an engagement with the quads. Centurion is passing by passively, but there is two RPGs, so oh, and a terrorist. Okay, there is enough of a way to thwart this threat at least. Ah, he's getting a couple crushes though. He could have definitely avoided that. Stealth fighter is out now. Two stealth fighters. He's probably just gonna be using these to clear up the quad sites mainly. Or just kill the workers, that's also pretty good. Yeah, Drone is kind of in a pickle because I don't think he has too many units in his tunnel. He might have like a couple quads, yeah, a couple quads, couple RPGs. Not that much. Oh, he has RPGs in that technical too. That's pretty helpful. He may get one Humvee, but the repair is there to save it. Yeah, and there's the Tomahawk Storm. There's another stealth fighter over here. I think he's just trying to position and scout what he can get. But at the moment, positionally, I really like Kordov's position because stealth isn't even on a second arms dealer yet, and he is very much so getting like these good trades off that are kind of working in his favor. Or just a couple Centurions going through the battlefield. Hmm. I'm expecting Core to finish this in a moment potentially, but he doesn't expect that tunnel. Do have to be very cautious about these stealth tunnels. Bit of a whiff from the stealth fighters, didn't really achieve anything. Nobody gets out. Centurion gets caught here. Centurion gets crushes over here. Stealth fighter does go for another bombing, but it is detected by a radar van. Yeah, I think Kordaf is just trying to widen the eco lead he kind of has at the moment. Probably planning a third sup over here, if I were to guess. Hmm. Got 5 Humvees in the middle. Kordaf is now getting the oil at long last, and the GPS was just used. Probably tunnel popped and popped them back in. Interested to see where he goes with that. Please don't pop there. Oh, yeah. That's a, okay, that actually ended up a lot better for him than I expected. I thought he was gonna drive straight forward, because I thought he remembered the tunnel. But, Kordaf fortunately forgot about it. Or, fortunately for Drowned, Kordaf forgot about that tunnel. But, saying that, Kordaf is kind of just brute forcing, and now he's rank 3, and he should be able to kind of crawl him over at this point, either with a carpet or a dozer drop. There is a Tomahawk Storm too as well. Command truck is gonna go down, so it's a lot of XP given to Kordaf right there. And it is a level 1 carpet, probably, yeah, level 1 carpet, and Drum just calls it GG.
You have been defeated.
So that's game 1 to Kordaf. And the next map is Natural Threats. I'm expecting the Natural Threats game to go a lot quicker though, just because I've noticed oil maps tend to be snowbally. Oh, it's tank stealth, interesting. Hmm. So tank stealth. Kordaf as stealth. Dromed as tank. I think Dromed can probably win this if he makes sure that he doesn't let Kordaf get his safe oil with a truck. Or he can at least get a very good lead with it. But, yeah. This is another one of those maps that the oils are very, very important on because you have a safe oil and you have a contestable oil over here, so it's kind of natural to go for an oil build on a map like this. Yep, there is a barracks from Dromed. A couple warriors are being built. 3 at the moment. We'll see if he builds any more. He's going for 4. Any RPGs for the trucks? 5. Huh. And he's just red guard spamming. Okay. So it's 5 warriors with a cap and second supply. It's going to be 2 warriors against 2 red guards. The warriors are going to win by a mile because their shotgun is way stronger. Ah, not if it bugs out though. Ah, that's a bit of a loss. Yeah, Kordafa's gonna lose the oil count again potentially. Yeah, he's got a truck chasing his other warriors, and yeah, once again Kordafa's in a situation where he loses the oil battle, despite him being notorious for winning oil wars. Huh. There's a worker bike coming forward to set up a tunnel, I'm guessing. He could also set up a demo trap, honestly, on the red guard and force it to stop capping, potentially. There's a rebel biker over there. Cap was complete on this oil over here. And it looks like the cap will complete over here too. He should have scouted that worker bike because it was in the vision of the truck, so hopefully he moves his gas tank over there, but I don't think he realizes. Yep, he doesn't realize this worker was there. There's a red guard here, kind of idle. He could use it to at least distract Kordaf's collection a little bit. This technical is loaded, so it does have RPGs, I'm assuming. This is an empty tech, and yeah, he doesn't have any tanks yet, so the scorpions in this tunnel are gonna be very threatening to deal with. Denies the rebel biker from stealing his oil. He does have mines, but he needs to move his truck away before it gets gunned down. Yeah, he's gonna lose his truck. This is quite bad, especially because there's also these scorpions too that he can't actually deal with. He keeps making gas tanks, and he can't spam gas tanks against like against a GLA like this. It's just not practical. So that was a very unfortunate engagement there for Dromed. He just had way too many gas tanks this game, and he transitioned way too late into the War Masters, because now his numbers are super low and he's just gonna get snowballed from his war factory. So even though he won the oil war, he's still gonna get snowballed here just because there's too many units to deal with at once. Good use of the rebel biker there actually to tank the shot. I think that's actually a bit more valuable, though then again there were RPGs anyways, so It's not like he was sticking around for much longer. He's sending another worker biker over here, probably to set up another tunnel. Has a couple tank hunters, but not sure what he's gonna exactly do. He's force firing to find the tunnel. Hasn't found it yet. Now he sees the tractor, so he knows where it is, but this tractor is gonna be a bit of an issue because he's cleaning up quite a lot of infantry and zoning out this infantry. These tank hunters are all gonna die if they try to commit on this engagement. This is not worth. Yeah, he needs to back out. He can't be playing on aggressive while in a toxin pool like that. Yep, the worker bike is now. The worker evacuated the bike and he's placing a tunnel over there just to spread drone thin. And, it's not looking good. It is not looking good indeed for drone right now. War Factory will get camped out in a second. That Gauss tank is gonna die, and with this tractor in front of the barracks, drone's production has essentially been stun locked. And I'm assuming very shortly Drone is gonna call the GG, because I don't see how he plays against this. Like, he literally cannot build units at this point. Yeah, his battle masters keep getting insta sniped by the Scorpion 2s. Yep, literally 4 shots and instantly killed. He's building another war factory, but there's a super aggressive tunnel in front of that war factory too, so he's just making more and more army. He's sending a rebel bike to capture the oil. He'll probably use this rebel bike to capture the war factory, but now there's mines, so it's a little tougher to do. Kills the dragon tank, so Drone actually has 0 vehicles on the map currently. There is a tractor, and yeah, Drone calls it GG. Just straight up.
You have been defeated.
That's 2-0. The next map will be Evergreen Lagoon. Start playing some random music from the Contra soundtrack. I'll add the shell map and lobby music to the playlist since it's a grand final and we can mix up the music a little bit. Let me also update score. Yeah, it is Evergreen Lagoon in the map pool. Laser Stealth. Oof. GLA US on this map is pretty dicey. So, once again, it is Cordaf as the US in this situation against Stealth, and we may see the same build again where Cordaf just goes with an aggro dozer on either the supply or the oils just to try and deny them. Unlike regular Lagoon, you have these garrisons at full HP, but they can't actually reach the oil, which is pretty notable. You also have a arms leader going up right now from Jerome. We got a 1 supply. I'm expecting to see another 4 terrorists build, though it could just be 2 this time, honestly. I think Drome had a really good start in the last GLA US game, but the problem was that he couldn't really capitalize on his eco lead with the oil. He got his second arms way too late, so we'll see if he amends that mistake. And I really like this adaptation already from Drone. He's setting up a demo trap preemptively to try and bait these rangers, but the issue is I think Cordaf may have actually scouted that. 1 terrorist should actually be able to get in here, but what he should do now is evac, run to this cottage, and then bait him to go into that hut. But yeah, Cordaf is adapting to this by sending a dozer onto the flank as opposed to going for the oils. He's just relying on his rangers to deny the oils here. These ranges are pretty splashed, so he might get 2 for 1 here if he's not careful. Ah, the terrorists are splashed. He lost 2 terrorists. He lost 2 rangers, but 2 rangers remain with the capture upgrade too. So, and Jerome is getting his workers crushed on the side. So, I think this could actually end up being a very short game. He is preparing in TT as well, and if you're in a situation where you're already one supply, you really don't want to have to be preparing a TT. He's gonna TT the aid, which is a pretty decent target. Oh no! Okay, I thought he missed the kill on the aid. That actually would have been really bad if he missed the kill on the aid, but he's transitioning to quads immediately instead of going for the demo bike. Oh, this garrison is gonna be really annoying if that ranger gets in there. But yeah, Kordaf's already on 2 oils. I'm not really sure what can be done. This RPG's out in the open, so it's just free pickings for the ranger. A Humvee with RPGs gets in. Oh, laser defenders, sorry. And it's gonna start wrecking havoc, and there's no units nearby. The RPGs are slowly waddling their way through, but he just needs to drive here, let the laser defenders do their thing, and the supply stash should be dead, I think. He's accidentally attacking the supply instead of, or the oil rather, instead of actually trying to go for it. He should honestly sacrifice this, but I think he's just playing it safe and going for the worker crushes, since this thing is super low that he can actually just send another Humvee there to finish it, and yeah, 3 minutes on the clock. Jerome GG's
You
out,
have been defeated.
and that's a 3-0. It is a best of 9, so there's a bit of time for Jerome to potentially come back, but we don't know how probable that is, considering Kordaf is one of the best players. So Jerome is fighting a very uphill battle in terms of someone who is very experienced in Contra, at least. Yeah, I agree, Baltic. It is a very much so a casual game on Lagoon. We might not even see a second Lagoon game, depending on. I accidentally pressed color. We might not even see a second Lagoon game based on if Kordaf keeps this up, because he's playing pretty. His early game is screwing up sometimes, but he's usually recovering pretty okay to compensate for it. Let's see, assault versus laser. Okay. So I'm expecting demolisher for sure. But my question is he gonna demolish the oils, or is he gonna just go for the supply? Because both of those are potential options. If I was in Kordaf's position, I would just go for Rebel Cap plus 2 demolisher. In Jerome's position, if I'm against Kordaf with this matchup, I'd probably try and just give up on oils very early on and just kill them ASAP, honestly. That's one way I'd play around this. I just like go to supply, barracks, war factory, and defend against the initial demolisher, and just go for from there to see if we can at least defend against the demolisher and then like recover with hobbies. Yeah, there's the first demolisher. We're gonna see if it is a second demolisher though in a second. I mean, core plays only for a win. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Like, you can't fault him for that. Like, it is a tournament at the end of the day, so there is that. Yeah, first demolisher is out. Second demolisher is out. Yeah, so this is actually essentially this exact build I would go for. I just go -1 rebels on both of these. Oh, he might actually get hit by the demolisher. Okay, that's very lucky he didn't, because if he did, he would have been super screwed actually at that point. I think he's trying to go for his own cap, but he's forgetting he's against assault. You can't spam rifle infantry only, they'll just crush you. He got captured too. I'm not sure if I like the capture, especially considering assault can just kind of crush. There's a worker bike over there. He's going for a forward tunnel or a quad site potentially. I'm gonna assume it's a tunnel. Tech RPG is gonna chase down this dozer likely. Yeah, drone's on one supply still, so this is a bit dire economically. He's just getting 600 increments from these Chinooks, so he can't even prepare rock V's like on the fly. He'll kill the demolishers, but very shortly Cordafa's gonna greet him with multiple quads. And yeah, there's a rebel biker also capping the second oil. This Humvee is gonna try and do a quick raid, but it's gonna be greeted with a tech RPG. Yeah, so it's forced to retreat. And yeah, this tunnel completes over here. So he's gonna have to deal with 3 quads, 4 quads maybe even, and a tech RPG. Does finish off the cap over here. Yeah, this technical is gonna move in. Ranger will try and steal the oil, but it might actually get away with it just because the tech is occupied with the Humvee currently. So there is that. However, saying that, these Chinooks are getting harassed, and he's only on 1 supply, so he loses a Chinook, he loses half his economy. And yeah, this Ranger getting a oil cap is actually pretty critical because at least now he's getting passive income while the squad is blocking this supply dock over here. Another tunnel being built up over here. Demolisher is dead there. 2 more quads come out, but there is the first Laser Crusader, so we're probably going to see a Scorpion transition very soon. 1 Chinook is dead, the other Chinook is at barely any HP, so if he loses that Chinook and he loses control of the oils, then he will have no money left to play with, which is an extremely dire situation in case it's not clear enough. It's on the second arms dealer, has the Swarp rockets too. Yeah, I think Cordov has this under lock. This game looks more than over at this point. There's also a tunnel on this supply, so as soon as Cordov notices he's collecting here, he can just pop 1 quad and then suddenly he's back to 0 collectors. He's got another rebel bike over there. He's trying to gun down the Ranger. Captures the repair bay, which is consolation prize. Very much so silver lining. Oh my god, that Chinook cannot die. If that Chinook dies, it is actually GG for Jerome. And yeah, he sees the quad and he's running away from it, but he has 0 income right now. That Chinook is his only way to get income. Yeah, this is more than over. Kodov's got this in the bag. I think this is empty. Oh yeah, and he kills the last quad, and yeah, he has no money, so he just calls it GG. That's 4-0. There's 1 more game until Kordaf is crowned the winner of the spring tournament. Meanwhile, Jerome has to win 5 games in a row to claim that same title. So it's really gonna come down to whether Jerome can step it up or whether Kordaf is just too much of a rampaging force to deal with. And it is a very, very precarious matchup once again. It's Nuke versus Inf, the first matchup we saw this stream as well. And if we remember anything from what happened in those Nuke Inf games, well, honestly, I don't even remember what happened at this point because it's been 5 hours. But if I were to remember and give you my analysis of this matchup, Inf has a really good time early on, but as soon as Nuke clumps up enough units with Isotope, it becomes incredibly difficult, especially once it gets radiation shells as well. So, will Drone be able to prevail and at least push Kordov back a little bit to not get a 5-0 sweep, or will Kordov just reign supreme in this tournament and not drop a single game? Let's find out. See the barracks opener once again, so definitely gonna go for caps. See a tank hunter initially, probably in anticipation of a truck rush, which is a good idea honestly. And I imagine Drum might be a little nervous at this point, so he's just playing it extremely safe. He's not pushing his luck with a mass cap, he's actually just going with a single minigunner. Honestly, if you're going for single minigunner, you may as well just get the second tank hunter, so you can absolutely guarantee it. Plus, you want the tank hunters anyways later on. So, as soon as he collects with this, he should build a tank hunter in my opinion. Yeah, the truck is coming. There's a second truck over there. He built a truck and not a second guy, and even with the one-man cap, he still might get denied. Oh! Ah, he denies it. I forget, these are infantry tank hunters, so they do way more damage. Okay. So I got a heroic tank hunter. That's pretty nice, actually. First Battlemaster comes out. Kordov is starting to go for his own oil cap because he notices what's up. And it's just a one-man cap with a double supply. Does have a jammer trooper. So it is possible that drones could get some really good engagements early on. It all just depends on this first engagement. Does he trade well with this crawler, or does he lose it haphazardly? He has a dozer here prepared to build a supply, and does so as I say it. No, he does cancel it with the foresight that the crawler will be an issue. Forces the Battlemaster back with no losses on either side, but Battlemaster does have to repair. There is mines. Oh, but he misses on the kill, and if this sneaks into the supply line, this is going to be such a huge deal. Yeah, this is a huge deal. Oh, that's a really unnecessary loss. Well, it's an MG crawler, but he shouldn't be focusing the power. He honestly could have killed like both trucks if he was paying attention. Kordov does have the oils now. Second war factory is going up. No isotope just yet. He might even ram the irradiators into the AT crawlers for splash damage. He doesn't have enough Battlemasters to do like a good burst, but I say that, and there is a lot of crawlers. Most are empty though. Yeah, actually only 3 are loaded. So it's actually kind of a mirage, so to say. Oh, this is the disabler crawler, and it gets killed immediately. He does kill an irradiator, kills a second irradiator. What's gonna happen next? Does put an ECM trooper on the flank bunker. Fast Dragon is taking down this oil slowly. Drums is pushing with the bunker. Loses a tank hunter, unfortunately, to radiation. Oh, this is a loaded crawler, and he kills it. I think Cordaffa is gonna have Isotope very soon, so it's gonna help. However, Jerome is trying to lock down the middle with bunkers, which is very smart because you really don't want to be playing a game against bunkers as nuke, since you do tend to get outcamped in rank 1 at least. Kills the dozer, so he doesn't have to worry about the bunker on this side at least. I think he's just wasting on Isotope, and he has got it now, so need to see if he makes the move here or not. Gets a howitzer, but I think it's a bit too early to get howitzers, considering this empty line to his base is glaringly scary for him to deal with, I'd say. There's like 3 RPGs in this bunker. Here's a fast dragon also cleaning up the... I think it's the same fast dragon from this oil that got cleared up. Let's try to clear up this base oil. Forward war factory. That's very ambitious. I don't know if I agree with that actually. I would have just spammed a couple more bunkers at this point, or at least if I'm going to the second war factory, I'd build it here. This is extremely dangerous positioning for the war factory. I think Cordaffa is just waiting until he has a critical mass of battle masters to where you can just steamroll the bunker, which is pretty smart. He might lose the dozer here, which is pretty unfortunate, but runs it away. So if infantry dies inside a unit, it doesn't give extra XP? Yeah, it doesn't give extra XP, so if he has 4 RPGs and an AT crawler and it dies, the RPGs don't give any XP, but it's just the crawler. But if you evac the RPGs and you kill them afterwards, they will give the XP. So sometimes it's better not to evac because you might give extra XP if you're in a situation where your units will be dead anyways. And we see the engagement of the game. He uses repair on his units as he engages the crawlers, and yeah, all the crawlers, they got swept up by the battle masters, and radiators are scorching the tank hunters on the ground. And slowly but surely, I think Cordaffa is about to seal this game because there just isn't enough of a critical mass to deal with this number of units. And yeah, the barracks gets focused down. He still has a forward war factory and a barracks here, so it's not completely over, but he's in the main base, which is a bit of a problem, and he's just rally pointing more and more. There's a field engineer, but I don't think he's gonna be doing much. He cash hacks 1,500, and I think he has frenzy as well. Yeah, he just used frenzy. He's bursting down the supplies. He's going straight for the nuke. He's going straight for the command center. I think any second now, Drones is about to call it, and yeah, I'm gonna have to say that Cordaffa played this one pretty well. Like, he basically did not drop a single game in this tournament, and yeah, that's a 5-0. That's a 5-0 sweep throughout the entire tournament. Well played to Cordaffa. Let me update the score. I'll even put exclamation marks next to his name to indicate he won. And yeah, that's the Contra 09 final, patch 3, hotfix 2, spring tournament. And yeah, congratulations to Cordaffa for winning the tournament. I think he'll be getting $30 from DCE and Pred, and Jerome will be getting the runner-up prize of $20. And yeah, that's the tournament. I streamed for like quite a while today, so hopefully you guys enjoyed the long stream. I haven't done these in a while, and I plan to stream more casual Contra streams once I'm done with some personal business. And yeah, thank you guys for so much for watching, and I